Spaghetti Auditor. It's going to be a juicy one. Does God exist? We're really excited to have you guys out, Jed, for the first time. But to get us started, we have WifiGospel. So whenever you're ready, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ryan, for hosting. Thanks, Jed, for accepting the debate. Appreciate that. So God exists does God exist is the title of the debate. And God does exist because Theonomous epistemology is the necessary precondition for the possibility of knowledge. It's a little bit of a mouthful. I'll get into it. Without God, you're left with autonomous epistemology. You start with yourself, using the necessary tools needed to gather knowledge, and then try to justify those tools by referring back to the very tools you're trying to justify. It goes like this. You're lost in the woods, so you pull out the only compass you own. It points north, and to see if it's trustworthy, you shake it, lay it flat again, and look, it still points the same way. Before I go further, I just want to define both of these terms. Autonomous epistemology is the view that human reason, experience, and sense perception are the ultimate standard for truth. Theonomous epistemology is the view that God's revelation is the ultimate standard for truth. Theonomous epistemology is like this. Before pulling out your compass, you check the evening sky and spot the North Star. You line the compass up with that fixed celestial reference. When the needle disagrees with the star, you immediately know the compass and not the star is off and you adjust course. If there is a God who created and sustained the world and everything in it, a God who created us to know him, the world, and each other, then we can use our senses, reason, memory, etc. to know things. We can justify the use of our reasoning tools, not by referring back to those tools, but by pointing to the creator of those tools. If you try to remove God from the equation, you end up in a vicious circle, unable to justify your epistemology. I've put together a few syllogisms to make my argument. The first one, if knowledge is possible, then God exists. Knowledge is possible, therefore God exists. This is known as modus ponens. And a lot of people have a problem with the first premise. They say, well, how does knowledge being possible mean God exists? It doesn't really connect in their mind, and I totally get that. So the question you want to ask is, how do we validate the conditional connection in premise one? And we do so like this. Either God is a necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge or not. It is not the case that God is not necessary. Therefore, God is a necessary condition. This is a disjunctive syllogism, and it uses a valid inference rule known as double negation elimination, which is upheld by the law of excluded middle. And it's A or not A, not A, therefore A. Basically, just the law of excluded middle. And then the final syllogism I'm going to use is in the form of modus tollens that performs a reductio of all worldviews that exclude God. So if not A, autonomous epistemology, means that that we can't, if that's not true, then it means that theonomous epistemology is true. So we must make autonomous epistemology not true. If autonomous epistemology is true, reason must justify itself. Reason cannot justify itself without circularity. Therefore, autonomous epistemology is not true. Something important to understand is that I just made a positive case for the claim that yes, God exists. Now it's my opponent's job to try and poke holes in my argument. The only way he can do this is by showing that knowledge is possible without God. Let's quickly talk about how he will try to do this. He may appeal to empiricism and say we know things through our senses, but this assumes the reliability of the senses, which cannot be proven without using the senses themselves. That's circular. You're using your eyes to test your eyes. He may appeal to rationalism, claiming we know through reason. But again, this assumes that reason is reliable and attempts to prove that using reason are equally circular. You're using your mind to validate your mind. In both cases, empiricism and rationalism depend on the very faculties that he's trying to justify. Unless he can escape that loop, he can't offer a non-circular foundation for knowledge. Maybe he will appeal to epistemic pluralism, claiming that no single source of knowledge needs to do all the work, that truth emerges from a web of methods, memory, intuition, testimony, perception, and so on. But pluralism doesn't solve the problem. It just spreads it around. If none of the sources can stand on their own, and each depends on the others for validation, then the system is just a loop of mutual dependence. You haven't avoided circularity, you've just made the circle bigger. Remember my compass example? You check the first one. Its needle settles on what it claims is north. After a shake, it still points the same way. Then you repeat that process with 3 more compasses, and each lines up with the others. At that point, you conclude, since they all agree, this must be true north. But all you've really done is assume that shared consensus equals accuracy. Even worse, let's say one compass points to a different north. How do you know which compass is right? Is it the 3 that agree just because they agree? Or is it the different compass because all 3 could have the same error? Here are some parallel syllogisms as to an example of how my previous syllogisms work. The first one, the modus ponens. If an effect exists, then a cause exists. Effects exist, therefore a cause exists. A cause is a necessary precondition for an effect. Either every effect requires a cause or not. It is not the case that effects do not require a cause. Therefore, every effect requires a cause. This is a true dichotomy. If an effect could exist without a cause, the effect would be uncaused. An effect cannot be uncaused. Therefore, an effect cannot exist without a cause. This is a dismantling of the not a view. It isn't my job to show a possibility of an effect that doesn't have a cause. That would be ridiculous. However, my actual argument for God's existence, I do provide examples of how autonomous epistemology could try to justify itself. The problem is they all fail. And the prompt for this debate is, does God exist? So if you hear my opponent only talk about Christianity, he has come to the wrong debate. Debunking Christianity does not prove that God does not exist. That's the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, you got it. Now, to be fair, you did have a couple more minutes left, but that's totally fine. We're going to hand the floor over to Jed, but I am going to let our audience know, if it's your first time here, do subscribe to the channel. We appreciate it. And hit that thumbs up like it owes you money. We're live right now, so the more of you that smash it, the more we're going to boost up the algorithm, more people are going to see this debate. It sounds like we're going to have, like I say, a real good deep dive here tonight. So let's hand it over to Jed, and we'll get right to it. But yeah. Jed is brand new to modern day debate, so if you want to take just a quick second to let everybody know what you're all about, where they can find you, I'll give you 30 seconds, and then we'll start your timer.
Sure. Yeah. So my name is Jed. I'm from Flying Spaghetti Auditor. My channel is all about spreading skepticism and critical thinking towards superstition and bad ideas. This is my 10th debate, my second one on a neutral platform, my first time ever on Modern Day Debates. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for moderating, Ryan, and thank you, Alex, for the debate. I think this should be a lot of fun. So today we're discussing the question, does God exist? Now, just to be clear on my position, I'm arguing in defense of the null hypothesis. I reject the claim that a God exists. That does not mean I'm making the positive assertion that no gods exist. To do so may actually be unwarranted, since the existence of God may be in fact unfalsifiable. Unfalsifiability is a characteristic of an incredibly weak claim, not a strong one. If you can't think of any possible way to prove that a God doesn't exist, that's a problem. What do we mean by God? Well, generally, it's not the job of an atheist to define God. However, there is one characteristic I insist we agree on, that God is a conscious agent capable of having thoughts of his own, who exists independent of all human minds. So if you claim the universe is God or God is love, then I'm going to reject your definition, since all you're doing is redefining God to mean something different, which we already have a word for because you don't want to let go of the theist label. If you want to add more to your definition of God, like that he created the universe or is omnipresent, that's fine. This is just our baseline. However, giving your God additional characteristics increases our ability to reasonably dismiss his existence. While the basic creator God may be unfalsifiable, some gods we can be confident don't exist because they're self-contradictory. For example, God cannot be simultaneously omnibenevolent and omnipotent, given the copious amounts of unnecessary and pointless suffering in our current universe. This is known as the problem of evil or problem of suffering. If God is all good, then he would feel motivated to limit unnecessary suffering. If he's all powerful, then he's capable of ending suffering, but he doesn't. Therefore, an omnibenevolent and omnipotent God is impossible. Well, what about free will? Doesn't that account for all the suffering in the world? Well, perhaps suffering inflicted by humans, but certainly not the millions of years of animal suffering, which went on for millennia prior to the evolution of humans. Animal suffering is a direct result of the system of predation designed by God, where organisms capable of experiencing fear and pain are forced to kill and eat each other in order to survive. What kind of cruel God designs a life form who can only survive by violently ripping apart other living creatures and eating their flesh? Certainly not a benevolent one. Another God which can't logically exist is one who wants a relationship with us and is omnipotent. This is known as the argument from non-resistant non-belief, the mere existence of open-minded individuals who would believe in and worship God if only he would reveal himself. Demonstrates that any God who does exist is either incompetent or unfriendly. A necessary prerequisite to becoming my friend is demonstrating to me that you exist. Since God refuses to reveal himself, he clearly doesn't care about me or doesn't want a relationship with me. Oh, your heart's just too hard. Really? Even when I was a Christian for 20 years, I sincerely believed then. I prayed to God all the time and never heard back. Oh, you didn't pray the right way, or you belong to the wrong denomination. It's always a failure on my part, despite Christians never being able to demonstrate God with any actual evidence. Some people claim to have seen God, but conveniently forget to snap a photo. In a world where everyone has a video camera in their pocket, surely someone would be able to catch God by now. Evidently, he's the reigning champion of hide and go seek. These two arguments debunk most traditional versions of God, like the one of Christianity. Despite this fact, many Christians still cling to their religion and justify it with presuppositionalism. God has to exist, otherwise you can't account for the laws of physics, logic, morality, or knowledge. This is known as the transcendental argument for God, or TAG. It sounds smart on the surface, but has absolutely no depth whatsoever. It relies on a conflation between descriptive laws and the phenomena they describe. What grounds physics? The natural world. The laws of physics are humans' attempt of describing the way matter and energy behave in space. Before there were any human minds, there were no laws of physics because there were no minds to conceptualize those laws. But matter and energy still behaved in the same way. Presups often claim God grounds morality. This is a joke, right? The God of the Bible grounds morality, the same God who endorses buying and beating slaves, advocates for genital mutilation, demands animal sacrifice, regards women as subordinate to men, calls homosexuality an abomination worthy of the death sentence, demands women be stoned to death if they can't demonstrate they were a virgin on their wedding night, which is impossible, by the way, commands his followers to slaughter innocent children and babies, tortures innocent people for no reason, like Job. Instead of punishing people for their own actions, he uses collective punishment and generational punishment. He created his own arch nemesis, who he lets run around the world deceiving people, so he has more souls to torture for eternity in hell. He discourages cooperation, teamwork, communication, and unity. He demonizes critical thinking and independence, and instead glorifies and rewards blind obedience to authority, even when you're commanded to commit the most unthinkable act imaginable, like murdering your own child. Now, my definition of moral is actions which enhance well-being. If your definition of morality is whatever aligns with this God's opinion, then I want nothing to do with it. You can't account for knowledge if there is no God. Well, I would disagree with that claim based on my definition of knowledge, which is beliefs held to a very high level of confidence. In the past, my opponent has defined knowledge as justified true belief. I'm not a fan of this definition, but I'm willing to follow the argument based on his working definition. Can I ever be justified in believing something is true? Well, no, not if your definition of justified precludes our ability to use our senses to justify our senses. No, I can't account for knowledge. I admit it. But neither can my opponent, neither can a theist. This argument is really about hard solipsism. I can use my senses to gather information about the world around me. I can compare my sense data with sense data from other people. This is called independent confirmation. But I'm using my senses to evaluate their sensory information. So how do I know these other people even exist? Maybe what I think is reality is actually a fake reality, like the Matrix, a simulation, or a video game. Maybe I'm just a brain in a vat. I cannot prove this isn't the case. My only tools for collecting information are my senses. So I have no choice but to assume reality is real as a matter of practicality, and then use my senses to collect and evaluate information in my apparent reality. This way, I can avoid pain and death, which feel and seem completely real based on all the available evidence. I believe claims with evidence. There is no evidence that there's a meta reality outside of our own, which is more real than this one. There's no evidence that any magical gods exist in some invisible dimension. Both of these claims are unfalsifiable. Christianity does not solve the problem of hard solipsism. If Yahweh was actually real, but this reality was fake, then it's entirely possible this God is merely part of the fake reality. Despite him knowing everything there is to know within our reality, Yahweh or any God could still be barred from investigating outside of or escaping it. And like us, he would have no reason to believe there's a meta reality above his own. You know, if only we could ask God what he thinks about all this. Oh, well, I suppose we can, but I doubt we'll hear anything back, because gods never talk to or interact with anyone in any demonstrable way.
1 minute.
My opponent presupposes a God and claims that his God is a grounding for knowledge or logic, or insert metaphysical concept here, but what he's really doing is presupposing all the same things I do: the rejection of hard solipsism, the axioms of logic, and adding an additional presupposition: God. This God concept doesn't explain anything or deepen our understanding of anything. Bringing up the issue of hard solipsism is an attempt to put all claims on an equal playing ground. Because if he can convince you that reality isn't even real, suddenly talking donkeys and magical sky daddies don't sound so far-fetched.
All right. Well, I take it that's your ending there. So we are going to kick it into open discussion. I'm going to hand it over to WifiGospel, but I'm going to remind the audience, once again, we are a neutral debate platform here at Modern Day Debate. We do hope you feel welcome. Definitely smack that like button if you're hanging out in the live chat right now. Help boost us up in the algorithm and make sure that lots of people see this debate. I'm sure that it's going to be a very fruitful one based on the demeanor of our guests here tonight. And once again, we will do a Q&A at the end of the debate. So if you have questions for either of our speakers, if they say something that just has you banging your head on the wall, get it into a super chat and we will ask it at the end of the show. So without further ado, thank you everybody for being here. I'm going to hand it over to WifiGospel to respond to some of what you just heard, and then feel free to jump in, Jed, in a cordial time.
Cool. So I just thank you for your opening statement, Jed. I'd like to talk about your definition of knowledge. You said that it's beliefs held to a very high level of confidence, right?
That's right.
So if I hold the belief of the prompt tonight, that the answer to the prompt tonight, does God exist, is yes, and I've already won the debate, and I have high confidence in that, do I know it?
You might say you know it. You might think you know it. People can think they know things and be wrong.
But your definition of knowledge is beliefs held to a very high level of confidence.
Yeah,
So
okay, sure. I would say that you know that you have won the debate. if you're very confident that you've already won.
And that the prompt of the debate, does God exist, is true. It's yes.
Well, just to be clear, people's knowledge can be wrong. So I'm rejecting the definition of justified true belief. So my definition of knowledge is just beliefs held to a very high confidence level. So, millions of years ago or thousands of years ago, people knew the world was flat. People knew that, but that's not the case. So knowledge can be wrong under my definition.
Okay. Well, I mean, just to not to say this in a condescending way at all. All of philosophy would disagree with your definition of knowledge, just to put that out there. Every epistemologist, pretty much ever. Atheists, most epistemologists are atheists, and they would have a lot of problems. And I'm going to point a few of those problems out. Do you know anything to be true?
Under my definition of knowledge, sure. Now, I reject I don't think we can know anything with absolute certainty other than that our own minds exist. So I have to have a mind in order to have thoughts. So other than the existence of my own mind, I don't have absolute certainty about anything, but I have varying degrees of confidence levels.
Well, it's interesting because earlier you said that you have to assume that your minds exist, that you can't actually justify it.
No, I said I have to assume that my reality is real, but I would say that I have certainty that my mind exists, because whether this reality is real or not, I still have a mind. It's just being fed
fake information. Can you explain that? Could you justify that?
Yeah. I can't justify that this reality is actually real. I could be a brain in a vat. I could be in a simulation. I could be a character in a video game. But under all those examples, I still have my mind. My mind is the only thing I can be confident, 100% certain actually exists. Because if I don't have a mind, I can't have thoughts. I can't think about whether I have a mind unless I have one.
Okay. So what you're doing now is just asserting that you have a mind. I would like a justification for it.
Okay. I'm thinking right now, and having thoughts requires a mind. Okay. Minds are a necessary component of thoughts.
Okay. When you say I'm, that first word, are you assuming the self when you say that?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're assuming
I exist.
You're assuming that you have a mind.
Yeah.
In order to prove that you have a mind.
I would say I don't need to assume it because I'm directly experiencing it.
But then, because when I asked you about the I'm statement, I'm is referring to a self, and that you have this mind contained within the self.
So my physical body under hard solipsism could be an illusion. For all intents and purposes, I feel like an ape. I look like an ape. I have a body. I've got 10 fingers, but this could all be fake. And I could just be, my mind could be zeros and ones in some computer somewhere. But then that physical computer would be, or I should say the software in that computer would be my mind. So no matter what version of hard solipsism you can point to, the fact that I'm able to have thoughts means I have to have a mind, whether this reality, this physical reality is actually real.
Okay. I don't want to get too caught up on this. I do want to push on it just one more time. This is similar to the cogito. I think, therefore I am, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The problem is the cogito has been debunked over and over again by many different philosophers by saying exactly what I said. I is assuming the self. So I think, therefore I am, is actually circular. You're assuming the self in order to prove the self.
How could I say that statement unless I have a self?
Well, that's exactly the point.
If I don't exist, I couldn't say anything.
Well, that's not true. Things that don't exist say stuff all the time.
Like what?
Certain characters in cartoons, they don't exist in reality.
Yeah, but I am from
Does
as far as I can tell.
Does a cartoon have a mind?
What's that?
Does a cartoon have a mind?
No, cartoons are just drawings and depictions of characters made by humans. So they're not having actual thoughts of their own, which I am. And I know that because of my direct experience. Okay,
here's actually a more modern example. Do you think ChatGPT has a mind?
I don't know. I'm not a software engineer, so I don't know.
I'm going to jump in here, guys. Not that it's not interesting. Just if you could explain right quick, Wi-Fi, where you're kind of going with this and how it ties into whether a God exists or not, just to try to bring it back into our main topic.
Thank you, Ryan. So what I'm trying to do here is get to the fact where Jed has kind of given up all knowledge in the justified true belief sense, except he does go back to this one thing that he says he has knowledge of, that he has a mind. And knowledge in the JTB way, not in his definition. The reason I'm pushing back on this so hard is because of the argument I made in my opening, that if knowledge is possible, then God must exist. And the only way to disprove this, as I explained in my opening, I don't want to go too far into it right now, is if that Jed can prove that knowledge is possible without presupposing the existence of God. And so that's what I'm trying to get out of him now. So, Jed, you have a justified true belief that your mind exists.
Yes, I would say that's the only justified true belief that I have.
And this is the last time I'll push on it, because I have some other things in your opening I'd like to get to as well. But the only thing that you have given us for that is, I think, therefore I am.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I need anything else. If I could, I'd love to try to steel man your position, and then you let me know if I have it accurate, just so I fully understand it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I can't verify my senses with my senses because that's circular. Correct. But you can verify your senses with something else, divine revelation. God is giving you information, and you use this information to validate your sense data.
Well, yeah, and I wouldn't say that senses give us infallible knowledge. I would say they give us fallible knowledge, that we can reasonably know things in the fallibilist understanding of things with our senses. But yes, the reason that I can validate my senses is only if there is a God who has created us to know him and to know things through our senses.
Is God giving you information directly? Like, can you give me can you give me a specific example of something you know because God has revealed it to you?
Yeah, so two things I'll say to this. One, it's not necessary for the argument to hold, because the argument is simply there must be a God who can reveal things to us such that we can know them, otherwise knowledge is impossible, which is self-contradictory. But just for an example, I would say the fact that he exists is a direct experience, because not only has he made everything, but he sustains everything and he's within everything.
How do you know that? How do you know he made everything?
Right, because if he didn't, knowledge would be impossible.
Well, you're just saying that, but
no.
How has God revealed to you that he is the creator of everything?
Again, God has revealed things to us such that we can know them for certain. If God has not created everything, he would not be able to know everything. If God cannot know everything, he cannot reveal things to us that are indefeasible, meaning that they could not possibly be wrong. The reason he couldn't do that is because if he didn't know everything, he wouldn't know all the defeaters for a claim, right? So if God does not reveal to us things that are indefeasible and would count as true knowledge, then we wouldn't be able to know anything, which is, again, self-contradictory.
Maybe I'm just missing something, but can you give me like one specific example in like the physical world? Like, you think right now that you're in a debate. Has that been because of your sense data? Has that also been verified by God? Like, did God tell you you're in a debate as well?
No. So like I said before, I know that I'm in a debate under the fallibilistic interpretation of things, right? There's fallibilism, there's infallibilism. Christianity doesn't see, or I don't see a distinction between infallibilists and fallibilists like most people do. I think both of them are useful. Fallibilism states that there are things that you can know which you're not certain of. You would fall into that category with your definition of knowledge. Infallibilism says you can only know things that are infallible, that you cannot be wrong about, like your mind example that you think you can't be wrong about. So I hold both in the sense that I think there are things we know infallibly and there are things that we know fallibly. And I think most people are coming around to that position because it's more reasonable. Now, as for your question, I know I'm in a debate, yes, by using my senses, yes, by using my reasoning, and this is fallible knowledge. Could I be wrong about it? Sure. There's a high likelihood that I'm not wrong about it. The reason that I can trust my senses at all, that I can justify them, being able to use them, is because there is a God who has created me and in a intention in order for me to know things with my senses. If that's not the case, you cannot justify your senses.
Yeah, I already admitted I can't justify my senses.
Right, so you can't know that you're...
I can't disprove hard solipsism, but you're just asserting that your belief that God created everything and gave us the ability to have knowledge makes it so, but you haven't demonstrated that in any way.
Right. So demonstrations don't have to be empirical, correct?
Can you give me, well, maybe, I don't know. I tend to believe things that have empirical demonstrations.
But you believe all sorts of things that don't have empirical demonstrations.
Like what?
Like human rights.
I would say I believe, not to go too much of a sidetrack, I believe that humans should have rights because I experience empathy towards other people and want to promote well-being.
Right,
but I don't think a human right is something that exists transcendentally or out in the cosmos somewhere. I don't think it's a thing onto itself. It's just something that humans made up.
Right, so there's no empirical demonstration of the actual human right.
I don't think a human right is a thing that exists. It's just ways that we treat each other and ways that we say we have to treat each other.
So human rights don't exist.
Not in a physical sense or not onto themselves. Human rights are not something that humans discover. These are something that humans create. So these are abstractions made by humans.
Right.
In the same way that God is just an abstraction. He's just a made up entity that doesn't actually have any physical or tangible reality to him. He's not real. Or there's no reason to think he's real, I should say.
Okay. The reason I asked about the demonstrations is because you do believe that things can be demonstrated through logical arguments, right?
Can you give me an example?
Sure. If Socrates is a man, Socrates is mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. Is that a demonstration that Socrates is mortal?
No, because in order to believe that Socrates is let's say we need more evidence than just that argument that Socrates was a real person. And just saying he's mortal, he could be a fictional character. So if I say Batman is a man, men are mortal, therefore Batman is mortal, I mean, that it's a valid syllogism, but
that's interesting.
We're not talking about anything that's actually real.
If we can't use logical arguments to demonstrate things, then why did you earlier say that God's omni attributes are self-contradictory? Are you saying that doesn't actually demonstrate anything?
Well, we can't believe that I guess what I'm trying to say is that we can't believe Socrates exists simply because we can plug his name into a valid syllogism. We need evidence beyond that.
Right, but that the argument itself had nothing to do with that. If Socrates is a man, then he's mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore he's mortal.
I can be convinced of claims based on logical arguments.
But we can't know them to be true.
We can't be absolutely certain about any claims.
Are you absolutely certain about that?
No.
Okay, so you could be wrong that you can't be absolutely certain about any claim.
Could you be in a matrix right now?
Please answer my question first, and I'll answer yours.
Sorry, what was the question?
So you could be wrong that you can't be absolutely certain about any claim.
Yes.
Okay, so then your original claim that you can't be absolutely certain about any claim is wrong.
No, it could be wrong.
No. You said can't. Can't is a universal term, meaning there's absolutely no way that you can have absolute certainty about anything.
When I say we can't know anything with absolute certainty, I'm saying I'm not convinced that we can know anything with absolute certainty.
And what does convincing you have to do with the truth of the matter?
It doesn't. Whether I'm convinced of a claim or not has nothing to do with the truth of the matter.
All right, so
I could be wrong about everything. I could be in a fake reality.
Could you be wrong about that?
Yeah. I could be in a real reality. I could be in a fake reality. I can't disprove hard solipsism, and I don't think you can either, just by appealing to a god.
No, I just think this demonstrates the absurdities of the entailments of atheism.
Well, hard solipsism isn't just a problem for atheism. It's a problem for theism as well. Because if there is a god, he could be a part of a fake reality too.
So what you just did when you said hard solipsism isn't just a problem for atheists, it's a problem for anything. You're actually climbing out of hard solipsism to say that. You can't know anything outside of your own self if hard solipsism is a problem for atheism. So you saying it's a problem for other people, you're climbing out of your hard solipsism to say that. So you can't do that.
You're in the same hole that I am of hard solipsism.
you can't say that if you think that hard solipsism is a problem for your worldview.
Sure, I can. I just did.
All right, but
How
you're
about this?
completely
You can't say
contradicting.
that hard solipsism is a problem for me under your theist worldview. You can't climb out of the hole either.
You admitted that you're in the hole, right?
I admit that I can't solve the problem of hard solipsism. I could be a brain in a vat, and so could you.
So then you don't know that you're in this debate?
Well, under your definition of knowledge, no.
Which
but
is
under
the
mine,
universal definition of knowledge.
Well, I don't like that definition because I don't think I can know anything with absolute certainty because I can't disprove the problem of hard solipsism.
Okay. So again, back to, I do want to make sure we're staying on, I do think we're on topic, but I do see Ryan here.
Yeah, it's all good. I was going to jump in and just say, I think we've already kind of established where we stand on the solipsism argument.
Now,
so
one more issue about hard solipsism, if I could bring it up.
I guess we're not. No problem.
I was just going to ask, if God, let's say that a God exists, couldn't he be a part of the fake reality that you think you're a part of? But then there's a meta reality that's even more real than this God.
Yeah, but that meta reality would have to have a God that is the precondition for intelligibility or knowledge. Otherwise, you end up saying things like, I don't know anything, which is a contradiction. Would you like me to explain how you not knowing anything is a contradiction?
I don't have absolute certainty about anything other than my own mind existing.
All right.
I don't see how that's a contradiction. For all intents and purposes, I accept reality as real. I assume that it's real as a presupposition, and you do the same thing.
All right. So do assumptions justify beliefs?
Do assumptions justify beliefs? Define justify.
All right. Is it a good reason to believe something?
In the case of the rejection of hard solipsism, I would say yes, because I have no reason to think hard solipsism is actually true. It's just an unfalsifiable claim.
So you personally have no reason.
The reason I reject hard solipsism is because I experience pain and I look around at other life forms that are evidently real as far as I can tell. They seem to experience pain. They seem to experience death. Death seems like a very real thing that could happen to me. So as a matter of practicality, I'm going to do my best to stay alive within this reality because it seems like it's real and it's the only reality that does exist. I have no reason to think there are any other realities.
Okay. And so it's all based on seemings.
Yeah. It's all based on sensory data.
So then God seems to me to be real because when I live my life in accordance with his will, my life gets better. Therefore,
how do you know what his will
exists. Hold on. I don't need to. It seems to me.
How does it seem to you?
It just does.
When I say
seemings tell me.
Sure. When I say reality seems real, what I mean is that I'm using my sight, sound, my senses to collect sensory data about my reality. And I can physically touch things. I can demonstrate them to other people who also appear to be real. When you say God seems real, are you using your sensory data to observe this God? And what does the observation look like?
Do my reasons, do what I use to understand the will of God, do those things themselves need to be justified in order for me to use them?
Yes.
Why? You just listed off your sense data and all this other stuff that you already admitted was unjustified.
Well, under your definition of justified, I have no other tools other than sense data. So it has to be, I'm stuck in the circle. I admit it. I can't get out of this circle that is justifying sense data with sense data. That's all I have.
So
if you're claiming you have something else, you're claiming you have divine revelation. How do you know what God wants? How do you know what God thinks? How do you know if God wants you to think something's real? How does he explain that to you?
Well, the problem is that if you admit that all the things you use to have knowledge or to have these highly confident beliefs are all unjustified, they're all stuck in a circle, then anything I say doesn't matter because I can just say pizza sleeps fast under the much, therefore the West. And that proves God exists because it's completely unjustified.
Now, what you just did was appeal to hard solipsism in order to make every single claim equally valid or equally sound.
I appealed to your standard.
What you did was say, if you can't demonstrate that hard solipsism isn't real, that your reality is really real, then anything I could possibly make up is also real, like a God. You could just make up a God and assert that he's real. And that seems like that's what you're doing.
The words hard solipsism never came out of my mouth. Here's the thing.
You said, came out of mine, but that's what you're describing.
No, you said that you can use your senses to come to true beliefs or knowledge, right?
I can use my senses to gather information about the reality that I appear to be living in.
Okay, and can you have knowledge based off that information?
I can have very high confidence that my beliefs about reality are true. But I can't have absolute certainty because I can't beat this problem of hard solipsism, but neither can you.
No, so you're afraid of absolute certainty, right?
I'm not afraid of it. I just admit that I can't have it.
Okay. So I'm not trying to like provoke you when I say that. My bad.
No, you're good.
You're not comfortable with the fact you don't think we can have absolute certainty about things. So in order to avoid that reality that you say is there, you're trying to change the definition of knowledge, right? And you're saying that it's just a highly confident belief. But I've already pressed you on that multiple times. And this is, as we see in real time, the problems with having a definition of knowledge that is just a highly confident belief, because then everything everybody believes is knowledge.
Not necessarily. I think that it depends on the confidence level of the knowledge. And the way people use the word knowledge, like I could say, I know the sky is blue and I know my wife is being faithful to me. Now, I might have different confidence levels about those two things because I could be wrong about one of them. So people could say they know things, but there's a varying level of confidence.
Right. But if I say I know Hillary Clinton is the president of the United States, is it true or false, that knowledge claim?
That is false, as far as I can tell.
And how do we know whether it's true or false?
We can. This is going to sound like a horrible answer. We can Google who's the president of the United States right now, and it'll say Donald Trump.
So I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to nitpick that. Because Google's always right. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one thing we can trust and we can use to validate our senses.
All right. So when you say now are you saying that you know that the answer, that the statement Hillary Clinton is the president of the United States, that statement is false? You know that it's false?
Well, I'm supremely confident that statement is false, but I could be living in a fake reality, and the real reality might be really, really similar to this one where Hillary Clinton is the president. So there's always a chance I could be wrong.
So this is the issue. Nothing is true. Everything is just, well, I think this is true, and I think that's true.
Well, things are true or false within our reality. We just have to assume that this reality that we experience is real first.
Is that an absolute certainty?
No, it's an assumption. I assume that reality is real as a starting point. I admit it.
Okay, so then I assume that God is real. Right. And now, okay, so we're both just justified in our beliefs.
Well, here's the thing. We're both assuming that reality is real. You're adding an additional presupposition.
Is your assumption justified?
I have no choice but to assume it. And evidently everyone else does the same thing. But no, it's ultimately not, because I'm using my senses to prove my senses.
So we can believe things based on assumptions that are not justified.
There's only 4 things that I think we should assume, which are the rejection of hard solipsism and the 3 axioms of logic.
Is that itself an assumption?
Is what an assumption?
That we should only assume 4 things?
That's my best understanding of the minimum number of presuppositions. We should have as few presuppositions as possible to avoid assuming things which might not be true.
Why?
Because if we assume things, then we might be wrong.
So you might be
yeah, I could be wrong. But these 4 things are the minimum starting point of presuppositions that everyone has. You also presuppose the same things, but you also presuppose God and claim that he's a grounding for these things with no justification.
Real quick, Ryan, are we going to have closing statements before or after Q&A?
I usually like to do them after the Q&A just because sometimes the audience will end up digging up some things that we didn't really touch on throughout the open discussion. But I would like, not to call you out here, Jed, but during the intro, you guys are doing your intros, of course, but we haven't gotten to really address a lot of what you had said in your introduction there, WifiGospel. So I do want to hand the floor over to you and kind of allow you to go through some of the arguments you presented in your intro, and then try to get a back and forth on that and put you on the offensive for a bit there, or on the defensive, I should say. So I'll give it over to you there, Wi-Fi, and we'll keep on rolling. But yeah, after Q&A generally, unless there's a time constraint.
Yeah, no worries. And I just, the reason I asked is because I think that we did have a good discussion about knowledge and stuff. And I think that we're kind of maybe hitting a wall, and I think it might be more useful of time to go into something else. Did you want me, you said, to go to question Jed's opening?
No, I was saying some of the things that you'd presented in your intro, I don't think we've really kind of addressed yet. So if you want to maybe touch on some of the things that you had said in your introduction that, like I said, we haven't really gotten into.
I do
go ahead, Jed. If you have something you want to launch pad into, that's okay.
Sure. And well,
I agree that we've kind of hit the wall on that one.
And a big part of my opening statement as the rejection of the claim is that I'm bringing forth very, very common arguments for God's existence, like the morality argument, which Alex didn't make today. So, but I'd be curious, since you are a Christian, right? So I'd be curious to hear some of your responses to some of these moral issues with Christianity.
I mean, it's kind of off topic. The only thing I would say is I don't make the argument that objective morality proves God. I would say that you can only have objective morality if God exists.
Maybe this is a direction we could take it. Can you give me a characteristic that you think this God has, other than that he created the universe?
I mean, it's not really pertinent to the topic. The morality of this God, like God could be evil and still exist, right?
Well, we don't have to necessarily talk about morality. We could talk about the triomni characteristics, but just tell me anything that you know about God. Like, do you know anything
that
about
he
God?
Exists?
Okay, he exists.
Because I did want to go back to your introduction there, Wi-Fi. If you can give us a couple ideas of how you think this God manifests, how they communicate, some of the things that we like to touch on here, a modern day debate, just so we can kind of get into the meat and potatoes of it all, right? If you don't mind.
Yeah, so specifically, the argument doesn't rest on how God does these things. Rather, it rests on there must be a God who does reveal himself. Because if not, then knowledge is impossible, which is why we've been talking about knowledge this entire time. And to be fair to Jed, I do think that the discussion has been centered on my introduction, because even though there was a lot there in different syllogisms, it does ultimately end up on the problem of knowledge. But I mean, we could go back to knowledge, but there are some things that Jed had said in his opening that I wrote down. We could go through those as well.
Sure. One really quick question too about your main argument for God. You said God has to exist, God has to, in order for us to have knowledge, God needs to reveal. In order for us to have knowledge, God needs to reveal information to us. Now, I would say that under that definition of knowledge, I would just reject it. We've already been through all that. Well, let's talk about how God reveals information to us. Has God ever revealed anything directly to you? Have you ever heard God's voice? Have you ever seen writing on the wall, or do you get like a fuzzy feeling inside that God's trying to give you a message? Like, what's the mechanism through which God communicates with people?
Yeah, and I totally understand what you're trying to do here, but it's just not pertinent to my argument. The argument is that there must be a God that has revealed himself in such a way that we can know things for certain in order for us to have knowledge. It doesn't matter how he did it in order for the argument to work.
Well, my claim is that he hasn't done that. And the version of knowledge that you're claiming we have to have, I don't think exists.
But when you say he hasn't, all that is that it seems to you that the information you've been presented with is enough to make you unconvinced that he has, not that he actually hasn't.
Sure. I have no reason to think God has ever spoken to anyone or interacted with anyone ever.
Right. And so this is just the Matt Dillahunty, I'm unconvinced, which isn't an actual argument.
Well, you haven't presented any examples of how God reveals himself to people.
No, I presented an argument that you've been unable to defeat.
I wasn't attempting to defeat the argument. I accepted the alternative of the argument, which is that we can't have justified true belief if we justify our senses with our senses.
Yeah,
which
the
means
problem is
we're stuck in this hole of hard solipsism, which I can't defend. I admit it.
Yeah, so your worldview entails a contradiction.
No, my worldview entails the honest admission that I can't solve the problem of hard solipsism, but I don't think you
Right.
can either, just
But-
by asserting that you can't.
Every time you open your mouth, you're making a knowledge claim and then denying knowledge in the very next sentence. That's a contradiction.
Every time I open my mouth, I'm making a claim, but I don't know if I would call it a knowledge claim. I'm not claiming absolute certainty about anything other than that I exist.
Do you know that you're making a knowledge claim? Or do you know that you're making a claim?
I'm supremely confident that I'm making a claim.
Do you know that you're supremely confident that you're making a claim?
No, I could be a brain in a vat being
Right.
spoon-fed information that's not real.
Okay. So you're just denying that you're making statements that are true, or that you're just denying that you're making knowledge claims.
No, I'm not denying it. From all intents and purposes, it seems like I am. I feel, and based on all the sense data I've ever collected, it seems like I'm sitting here in a room talking to you through a computer and having a debate. That's what it seems like I'm doing. And
do you live
I
your
would
life
claim
like that?
What's that?
Do you live your life like that?
I live my life under the assumption that this reality is real.
Right. So like when, I don't know if you have children or not, but if
Nope.
you were to teach your niece or your nephew, say, or just a random friend's kid, I don't know. If you were to teach them things, would you teach them things as if you knew them?
I would teach them, if I had a young nephew or niece, which I do actually, I would teach them, I would probably just not even mention hard solipsism to them until they were a lot older and more capable of understanding these kinds of concepts. I would just assume that reality is real, and I would interact with them in a way that assumes that they're a conscious agent like me, both basically on equal footing, experiencing the same real reality.
Yeah. I would say that we just, like you said, we don't live the way that you're arguing.
Well, we don't live as if hard solipsism is real. I don't live as if I'm a brain in a vat.
Exactly.
Right. But I have no reason to think that I am, which is why I just assume that I'm not.
Because, respectfully, you don't want to believe in God. And to suppress that truth, you'd rather say crazy things like, I don't know anything, rather than accept the fact that God exists.
That's an interesting road to go down. We could talk about, the idea of you don't want to believe in God.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
I want to believe in, well, this is a quote from Matt Dillahunty. I want to believe in as many true things and as few false things as possible. Now, I assume that reality is real because it appears to be so. I don't believe in God, not because I wish he didn't exist, but because I've seen insufficient evidence to warrant belief. And this argument that I can only know things if God allows me to know things or reveals information to me, I reject, because I've never seen any demonstration that God reveals information to people. I've never seen any demonstration that God is real and communicates with anyone. So if I don't ever see any reason to believe that God actually interacts with people, why would I believe that?
Right. So let's say the Christian God revealed himself to you. Would you worship him?
No, I would believe he exists, but I wouldn't worship him because of all the issues I mentioned earlier about morality, like how he supports slavery and commands people to kill babies and those kinds of things.
Yeah. And we could totally do another debate on morality sometime. I would like that.
Sure.
But the problem is, imagine the arbiter of morality, right? Because you believe in subjective morality, maybe, or are you objectivist?
I don't think there is an objective reality. Yeah, I think all morality is subjective.
Okay. Yeah. So, like, if this God existed and he revealed himself to you, it would logically follow that morality is actually objective.
No, because I think in a reality where God does in fact exist, I think morality would still be completely subjective in the exact same way it is now. Because right now, basically with morality, we have to appeal to a subjective goal like well-being. And then once we agree on a goal, then we can assess different actions and their effect on well-being. But if a God exists, and if we followed what he wanted and what he said, all we would be doing is accepting what this God says is right and wrong. We would just be using God's standard as our subjective moral framework. But there's no reason for me to care what this God thinks. It's just his opinion.
So using a standard is always subjective?
Any standard we make for morality is subjective.
I'm just talking about in general. Forget morality for this question. Is using a standard always subjective?
I would say Yes, but once we agree on the standard, then we can make objective assessments. Like, for example, if we have a ruler, the inch is subjective, but once we agree on what an inch is, we can objectively say this object is 3 inches long.
Right.
Similarly, if we agree that well-being is the foundation for morality, we could say punching someone in the face is immoral because it causes unnecessary suffering.
So how is anything objective then? Because everything is based off of a standard.
Well, I define objective as existing absent a mind. When we talk about morality, it seems like what we're talking about is ought statements.
You assume that reality exists apart from the mind of God to get your definition of objective.
If reality is God, then to reject that definition of God. If you're saying the universe is God.
No. I'm just saying that that reality reflects the mind of God in the same way that the standard of morality does.
If God's standard of morality is that we should run around killing baby Canaanites and drowning puppies and
that's a red herring.
Having slaves, then I want nothing to do with what he considers morality.
Let me put it this way. Instead of trying to convince you that under Christian morality, it is objectively true, that morality would be objective. Instead of trying to do that, because I don't think I'm going to be able to. If God came to you and you knew that everything he said was true, he says, I exist, worship me, and morality is objective. And this is the standard of morality. And he has followed that standard completely. You would still say, I don't like that. I'm not going to worship you.
Well, when you say you know everything he says is true, how would I know that? Couldn't a God lie to me? If a God existed, couldn't he lie? And couldn't his definition of morality differ than mine?
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah. Okay. So hypothetically, if God came to me and said, I exist, I want you to worship me, and everything I say and do is automatically moral because it's within my nature, I would say, I reject that definition of morality because I care more about well-being. If you don't want to call what I care about morality, the promotion of well-being, then I don't care what objective morality is. All I care about is the promotion of well-being.
I do want to be fair here and just jump in and say that the prior question that we were trying to settle on is, whether you would want to believe in God, and where WifiGospel, I know he's making more of like a Christian argument now, but, overall it is, does God exist? So I'm going to pass you back the question, but I'm going to review the poll right quick. So right now I'll go from the least to the most. So does God exist? I have, I'm not a Christian, but God exists at 3%. All right. At 7%, we have I'm agnostic. I wear diapers in bed. All right. I did put that, but all right. I don't want to mean to pick on the agnostics. I mean,
it's all right. Jed doesn't like the term agnostic either.
Yeah. I'll just go off on agnostics really quick. I think most people who use and who self-identify as agnostic are actually atheists who are too cowardly to use the label atheist.
Ooh, he's coming right for you. Now,
because you either are convinced
you just lost
that a God
all your
exists
supporters
or you're not convinced.
All right, well, I will be fair that as far as the term agnosticism goes, I mean, you can be agnostic about, things within, a sect of belief. So I don't think it's really a fair term when you're having these discussions. But
well, what I would say is that
some people do self-describe that way, and I don't think that it's really applicable, because you can be agnostic within Christian sects, within atheist sects, there can be agnosticism. So anyway, I'm going to keep reviewing the poll, and then we'll try to get back on brand here. So at no way, we have 22%, and then coming in at the most, we have 67% that say Yahweh, God exists. All right, that's my little stupid pun for the night. Okay, nice. I'm a dad, I get away with it. All right, once again, if you're hanging out in the audience, smash that like button, and I'm going to go back over to Jed and just say, so the question that was posed was, would you want to believe in God? So let's say that all like beyond what we currently have as far as this built argument for Christianity, if it was just a general God, and let's say everything sounds great on paper, you're looking at it, you're like, this is great, that's fantastic, is there a part of you that would still want to kind of like push against that because of the authority of it, or like kind of give us a sense of if there is a part of you that doesn't want to believe in this structure?
I think that I want to believe in whatever is true. Whether I worship God or believe in God are two completely separate questions. So if there is a God, then regardless of how moral this God is or what religion he's associated with, I would want to know the truth about whether he exists or not, or I would want to have confidence in the proposition that he exists if he does in fact exist. But whether or not I would follow what this God wants me to do or worship him is a completely separate question. Now, if there was a God who who I really liked and was a real moral guy and a real nice dude. I don't know as if I would worship him, because I think just the idea of worship is kind of it's just like a toxic way to behave. Worshiping something seems to me like you're degrading yourself. It's like I'm putting this thing of so high value, I can't possibly ever acknowledge the possibility that it could be wrong or it could be immoral in any way. So I think that worship is unhealthy, even if it's worshiping something good.
Well, let's go down that avenue then. I think we can definitely spend some time talking about worship. So yeah, Wi-Fi, your thoughts?
On worship in general, I think that obviously humans were created to worship. I think you could even make the argument from an evolutionary standpoint, because of how much worshiping we've done over the last, I don't know how long we have documented of it, probably 10,000 years or something like that, of just straight up worship. Like the idea of somebody not worshiping a deity is fairly new. So I think whether it's God created us to worship him or evolutionary we're designed to worship, I think that if you replace God, if you deny God, you end up worshiping something anyway. Whether that be yourself, your family, money. Worship comes in all kinds of different ways.
Let's see, Alex, you said that you're convinced humans were designed to worship because we have worshipped a lot in the past.
No.
Sorry.
That's like a starting point that I believe humans are created to worship. That's not like an argument that they are because we have worshipped. I'm just saying, like, maybe evolutionary, it could possibly be a good argument that it seems like that's in our DNA.
You could say that any behavior that humans participate in is in our DNA or because of evolution. But I don't know as if that's necessarily a good argument, because humans behave in all sorts of crazy and atrocious ways. Like humans own slaves and kill each other. And I don't think you or I would say that humans were designed to kill each other or own slaves.
You don't know how hard it is for me to hold back on the slavery stuff, because I could go for days on the slavery stuff, but this is not that debate for that.
But we can always have fun with it. I don't know. I'm not opposed.
we could do a real quick 5 minutes.
Why wouldn't we? I mean, come on, everybody's doing it.
I mean, if you want, it seems like, look, my main argument was about knowledge, and I'll say more about it in my closing statement. But we hit the knowledge topic with a hammer quite a few times. I mean, if you want to talk about slavery,
sure. Well, since you're a Christian, so I assume that you think that it's okay to own slaves and
just before you start framing his worldview, let's let Wi-Fi, make his case before we start saddling him with other things that might be pertinent.
I am a Christian. For anybody interested, I was a Protestant Calvinist for 10 years. I am inquiring into the Orthodox Church. It's going to be a long journey. If you want to learn more about that, you can always hit me up in, I don't know if I can say the Discord on here publicly, but hit me up on Discord at WifiGospel, and I'll talk to you there.
Yeah, you can give out your Discord handles. That's fine.
Cool.
You're here to promote.
I didn't
yourself,
want to
right?
give like a personal server Discord that's not mine, that I'm always in. Just people are weird on the internet, right? But if you ever want to talk about orthodoxy and stuff, you can hit me up in there. But I do, for the purpose of this discussion about slavery, I do believe that the Bible is God's word. So if you want to talk about biblical slavery, then we can. But the question I would have for you is all slavery wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So what's your definition of slavery?
My definition of slavery is owning another human being as property.
Okay, and that's it.
We could add more to the definition, like owning a human being as property who you buy or who you capture from another city, or who you beat, or who you make do. Maybe we could say a human being who you own as property and make work for you.
Okay. Because then it seems like if you own a child that was born to you from a slave family, then that wouldn't be a slave under that definition, because they're not doing anything for you. You didn't buy them.
Sure. Okay. So we can stick with my original definition then. Okay. A person who you own as property, that's a slave.
Okay. What does it mean to own someone as property?
The same thing it means to own a cow or to own a piece of farming equipment. You own a tractor. So this tractor is mine. They're not an autonomous agent. They cannot quit whenever they want. They do what I say. And if they don't, then I'm going to beat them with a rod.
Okay, so does that mean you can do whatever you want to them?
No, not under the
Okay.
biblical law.
No, I'm just saying under your definition.
Well, under my definition of a slave, it's just someone that you own as property.
Okay, so can the state can a state own property?
The state can own land as property.
Okay.
And other things like cars, sure.
In a prison system, does the state own the prisoner?
That's hard to answer. I would say our prison system does have a lot of overlap with slavery, where someone is forced to stay in confinement, they can't escape, and oftentimes they're forced to do labor with either very little or no pay at all. So I think there is some overlap between imprisonment and slavery, sure.
So even if prisoners aren't forced to do labor, a lot of that stuff is like down south in America where they do like, you're up at 6 a.m., you're working the fields, or there's going to be problems. You're going in the hole, right? But even if they're not forced to labor, ultimately labor is a means to get something, right? To get wealth in some sort of way. Like they don't make people work just to work for the sake of work. They make people work to gain something from them. So in the same way, even if I have a prisoner who doesn't work, but I use keeping them confined in a cell for 23 hours a day as a way to get taxpayer money, I would think that there's the same economic benefit, even if it's a not-for-profit, like state-run prison. There's still job creation. There's still plenty of people getting paid. There's still contractors making money doing work at the prison. There's tons of economic gain inside of even the state-run public prison system, right?
Sure, yeah, and there's a lot of corruption where prisons want more prisoners, so then they're in cahoots with, say, law enforcement to arrest more people and judges to convict more people of crimes worthy of getting them in prison. So yeah, there's tons of corruption in our government, absolutely.
But even then, it's not about the corruption, because we would both say the corruption is bad, no matter our views on the prison system. But even without the corruption, just a morally working prison system, there's still economic gain, and plenty of it, from taxpayer money.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the point?
I'm just setting this up. What do we do with criminals if not imprison them?
Rehabilitation.
Okay.
Financial fines.
Is that not just financial fines? You would be okay with like a murderer just getting like $100,000 fine?
It depends on the severity of the crime. If someone jaywalks, then I think they deserve a less. They could get off with a financial fine, sure.
But let's say heinous crimes, rape, unaliving people, that kind of stuff. What do we do with them if we don't use the death penalty? If we're just going to rehabilitate them, doesn't that involve the same thing pretty much as a prison system?
I'm not a huge fan of the U.S. prison system, and I admit I don't know what the best solution is for people that commit really heinous crimes. The reason that I think putting someone in prison may be justified is because this person could be a risk of committing another similar act in the future. So if somebody is a murderer, maybe if they murder someone, we could say this person has the capacity for murder. They demonstrated that they are a murderer. So to keep the rest of us safe and to prevent them from doing it again, we're going to remove them from general population.
Mm-hmm. My whole point to this, to wrap it up, is that there's only one thing you can do, and it's a form of slavery, no matter which way you put it. So I don't think that you can actually say that all forms of slavery are bad, unless you want to say there are no punishments for crime other than fines and stuff like that.
If there's a way to rehabilitate even a murderer and help them see reason and help them become a better person to eventually release them back in society, I'm for that. So I would rather someone's experience in prison not be like torture, but be more geared towards trying to make them a better person.
But the rehabilitation itself, I mean, some people want to be helped. Some people want to be helped, but their behavior, like they just can't help. Like they want it, but their actions don't match their wants. And then there's like, really bad people who just don't want it and don't care. And anyway, but even with the best case scenario where someone wants it and they're willing to follow the rehabilitation program, it's still a form of slavery.
I guess you could say that. Maybe I could.
So all
I could
slavery
say,
is not bad, right?
if someone is a risk to other people, I think that we have a justification for removing them from society. Now, a lot of the slavery mentioned in the Bible, like that in Deuteronomy 20, is people who didn't commit some heinous act, people who aren't murderers, innocent women and children who just live in a different town and are forced to become slaves under threat of, they don't really get offered a choice. They just, there's
What's the specific situation?
So in Deuteronomy 20, verses 10 through 15, God says to the Israelites, all these other nations that are nearby to you, how I want you to treat them is to march up and give them a peace offering. Say, you need to become our slave, or else we're going to kill all of the men in the city and then force the women and children to be slaves anyway. And so these are people that didn't do anything wrong. They are not a danger.
That's an assumption.
To Israel. Do you think that children are a danger to Israelites?
No, I think children are under the headship of their parents, and that you can't just take parents away from children and expect good things to happen.
Well, that's what God advocates for.
What do you mean?
God says, kill the men, kill their fathers, and then force the children to become your slaves.
Yeah, so that's not leaving the child. I meant like if you don't take a child as a slave, for example, and you kill their parents, what do you think is going to happen to them?
To the child?
Yeah. Think they're going to be okay?
Well, they're probably going to be really sad because their parents are dead, but that's going to be the case whether you make them a slave or not. I think.
Well, no. Like if you just leave a 6-year-old to defend for themselves, come on, man, they're not going to make it, right?
If they're all by themselves in the desert, completely alone, definitely not. But if they have a society to live inside of,
so the societies get decimated, and the survivors flee.
Why do we need to commit genocide on these societies in the first place?
Well,
why don't we
be
just
careful
leave them alone?
That word on the live, I don't know, not my rules. It's up to you. But I don't think that it's G-side in that sense. Like, for example, if hypothetically speaking, because we're speaking about the Bible, if God owns the land and he tells somebody, hey, that's my land, get out, should they get out?
What does God need the land for?
Doesn't matter. It's his. He wants it. He has a people he wants to put there. He owns the land. Hey, you, leave this land. Is that okay to do?
No, I don't think so. Uprooting an entire civilization because, my favorite group of people needs to live there instead of you. I think that's incredibly immoral. Okay. Why can't God just love everyone equally?
Again, based on your presupposition of subjective morality, is just your opinion.
Based on well-being.
So no, not based on well-being.
That's what my morality is based on, is well-being. And
if we're going to go deep into the debate here, well-being is the worst principle to use on morality ever.
Really? Why?
100%.
This is a great place to go. Let's do it.
All right. What's wrong with well-being as a foundation for morality?
Because it's under utilitarian ethics, and utilitarian ethics is easily defeated with one simple hypothetical. You're on an island. There are 6 people. One of them is a doctor. One of them needs an organ that the other 5 people have. If the doctor takes the organ from those 5 people, wait, am I saying this right? No. All right. This is what I'm saying.
I think you meant the other way.
Yeah. One person has 4 organs that these other 4 people need to survive. Without those 4 organs, this one person's going to die. For the well-being of the group, should this doctor cut that person open and take their organs?
Just to make sure I'm understanding the hypothetical, there's one person with 4 organs and 4 people that need 1 organ. So are we justified in basically killing one person to save 4?
Yeah, take a kidney, take a lung, take the heart, I
would say no, because that's a violation of bodily autonomy. So I think that you don't have the right to hurt somebody else just for the sake of someone else's well-being against their will. I think that's causing unnecessary harm and suffering is part of my definition of well-being.
Right. So here's the thing. This is where it gets tricky, because here's the other side of the coin. Now you're saying, well, it's not really about the well-being of the group, because otherwise, if it was about the well-being of the group, you would have said off of that one person and let's have these 4 other people survive, because that would make the group survive better. Their well-being would be better overall. Now, here's the other side of the coin. Do you put one person in prison who's committed a crime? Actually, don't even use that. Use a better hypothetical. They've committed no crime, but a rabid mob has joined outside of your office, right? So you're in a town of 1,000 people. You're the king of this town. All 1,000 people are like, lock this dude up. What do? Everybody accuses him, but there's no proof. He's innocent as far as you can tell. But all these 1,000 people are like, lock this dude up. And you know, if you don't lock this dude up, there's going to be a riot. So do you violate that one person's rights for the better of society and lock him up or not?
So I think in this situation, if these 1,000 people want this one guy locked up, but I have no reason to think he actually did anything wrong, I think the best course of action I could take as the person in charge is to remove this one person from society so that he doesn't either get harmed or there's not a riot, because riots can lead to more people getting harmed. But I'm not going to put this person in prison. I'm going to put this person in a safe place and talk to them. Maybe I'll even invite them into my own home. I'll say, hey, stay with me. You can hang out in my basement. It's really nice. You can leave if you want to, but for everyone's best interest, I think it might be best if you stay in hiding for a while. I'm going to bring you food. Okay. I'm going to make sure you're okay. I'm going to protect you. And then maybe eventually we can move you to some other place where you're not surrounded by 1,000 people who all want you dead or want you locked up.
My bad for not making the hypothetical tight enough. Good on you for wiggling out of it. I'm
not trying to wiggle out of it. I'm just trying to answer it as honestly as I can. So what we're really talking about here is tricky moral situations. And yeah, those are definitely a real thing, like the trolley problem. You know, do you let the train run over 4 people, or do you pull the lever and have the train run over one person instead, which is a similar situation to the one with the doctor on the island? Do you kill one to save 4? And it's a hard question. And I think our personal biases come into these questions a lot, where let's say one of the people I'm saving is a close friend. I would be more likely to save a close friend than I would 4 strangers. So all of us humans operate under these circles of what's the word I'm looking for? Like, we're tribalistic creatures. So we want to protect our in-group, and then the further out you get, the more strange people are, the less
what you're saying.
Care about them. So
just to confirm, though, if the hypothetical was that they want him unalived, what would be your answer?
Same answer. If they want him unalived, I would invite him into my own home and try to protect him if I had no reason to think he did anything wrong.
So you wouldn't violate the rights of one to better the well-being of society?
As far as the society is concerned, he's gone. But I could make society happy and protect the guy at the same time.
Hypotheticals are meant to test your logic, and they can be framed in whatever way possible. The reason I say, I'm not trying to accuse you of anything, but the reason I say you're wiggling out of it is because of these answers like this. So in the hypothetical, you have 2 choices. They surround him. They have the town surrounded. They know where you live. There's nowhere this guy can hide. Off him or don't off him. If you don't off him right there, right now, they're going to riot.
It's a tough question.
No,
I don't know.
You don't, because you don't violate the.
Maybe there's some way I could convince these people that he is innocent. Maybe I could say, hey, we're going to have a trial. There's going to be a trial next week. And then in preparation for the trial, maybe this guy goes missing and now he's in a different town, courtesy of me helping him escape. Or maybe we do have a trial and properly demonstrate that he didn't do anything wrong or failed to convict him of doing anything wrong.
The reason that it seems like you're wiggling out of the scenarios, because you're not, like, hypotheticals, I said, are meant to test your logic. You're not really allowing the hypothetical to test your logic, but we'll move on. The other side of the coin.
It seems like the whole point of the hypothetical is like, what if the well-being of, given well-being is our foundation, what if 2 people's well-being comes in conflict? Or what if you have to harm one person to help a lot of people? And it's, these are tricky situations, I admit it. And morality has a lot of gray area, which is where discussion and debate come in. And I'm not claiming to be an expert on every single moral situation. I'm just saying, I think we should consider well-being as our highest priority and try to preserve it at all costs. And then we should have conversations and discussions about these tricky situations when they come up.
I understand. And now, so the other side of the coin, though, is you are willing to forcefully rehabilitate people and violate their rights to benefit society if they've done something wrong.
I think that if somebody lives in a society and commits a crime, they have forfeited their right to freedom.
Right. So it's not just well-being.
What do you mean?
Well, because now you have all of these qualifiers that include these made-up things that you talked about earlier.
Well, society is really complex. When you get millions of humans living in a small space, we've got to come up with a really complex legal system in order to keep everyone as safe as possible and promote as much well-being as possible. And there's no perfect utopia. So there's going to be situations where, we have to pick the best of a bunch of bad options. Sometimes a situation arises where there is no perfect option and we just have to pick the least evil.
Which is why utilitarian ethics, with the util being well-being, is almost as bad as your definition of knowledge.
Well, how would you answer the same situation? If let's say God exists in this universe, and then there's 1,000 people who all want this one guy unalived, but he didn't do anything wrong from your perspective, what would you do?
I wouldn't unalive the guy based on the duty to protect him. And if the town riots, the town riots. Because my ethic isn't about the well-being of society. My ethics are how am I going to be judged by God for my decisions? What are my duties?
What if God told you to unalive a guy who you had no reason to think did anything wrong?
Well, then I would assume if I did know that this was God telling me this, I would assume that God has a morally justified reason for me doing so. And if it was God that told me this, then I would do it.
Even if it was a small child or a baby, you would unalive a baby if God told you to do it.
If God had a morally justified reason for doing something, then it wouldn't be bad, would it?
I don't think there can be a morally justified reason for unaliving a baby.
You want to go hard on me for these hypotheticals, but you throw them right back. So don't be hypocritical. Do you think?
I'm not trying to say you can't.
Do you think there is no logical reason in which unaliving a child could be morally justified?
I've actually thought about this before. Here's one situation that I've came up with where unaliving a child might be justified. Let's say this child is being attacked by a horde of zombies, and you have a weapon with one bullet in it and a clear shot to their head, and you're in a situation where there's no risk to yourself. Now, you could try to shoot one of the zombies, but it's not going to help because there's hundreds and hundreds of zombies attacking this person. They're slowly ripping his flesh off. He's having so much suffering. He's going to die in a couple of seconds anyway, or maybe a couple of minutes. You could shorten his life and limit his suffering by putting him out of his misery early. So that might be one situation I can think of. But generally speaking, when we're talking about just some kid wandering down the street who I have no reason to think is in any immediate danger, or who's not, there's no reason to think his life couldn't get better or he couldn't experience happiness. No, I don't think there's any reason to kill some random innocent kid.
So you can think of a morally justified reason, but you don't think that God has morally justified reasons for when babies were unalived in the Old Testament?
No, in the situations described in the Old Testament, I don't think there is a morally justified reason, because a lot of the babies who God commands.
So you're smarter than God.
I wouldn't say I'm smarter than God. I would just say I'm more moral than God.
Yeah. So you actually know all of the situations, all of the realms that would exist in this world where God exists. You know all of the complexities about the world, and because of that, you can make better moral decisions than God.
The Bible describes the situation in which children are commanded to be slaughtered.
Yeah, but that doesn't give you all of the variables. It doesn't tell you about the future. It doesn't tell you about the past. It doesn't tell you about other realms where other things are happening.
There is no access to. Do you think
there's no good justification for what?
I don't think there's any good justification to unalive a baby or a child.
So what was your hypothetical about then earlier?
About the zombies?
Yeah, that's not a good reason.
In that specific situation, we can see the situation and
so there is a
clearly
good reason.
Observe. Yeah, in that situation, sure. But in the situations described in the Old Testament, like in Deuteronomy 20, you get a society living next door to you. There's no reason to think that these children are experiencing nothing but suffering and will be dead in a few minutes anyway. So let's let them live their life.
Compared to this God, obviously you don't believe in him, but the God the Bible describes, all-knowing, right? Obviously, eternal, right? Not bound by time. Compared to this God, how much knowledge of the circumstance would you have compared to him?
Less.
A lot less, right?
Sure.
Like we couldn't even measure the amount less.
So if you know a lot of things, then it's okay to unalive children?
No, but for you to say, I don't see a moral justification, so therefore there can't be a moral justification, when I know 0.001% of the context that God does, seems a little bit arrogant to me.
How do you know that God has a good justification?
Well, see, you don't like hypotheticals, do you?
Lay it on me. What's the hypothetical? I just asked a question. Answer the question.
So
how do you know God has a good justification? Just because he's smart doesn't mean he has a good moral justification for unaliving a child.
I didn't say just because he was smart, but
just
what I'm
he
saying,
knows everything.
Right. So what I'm saying is not just because he knows everything doesn't mean there is a moral justification, but for you to say that there isn't any possibility of a moral justification in this situation based on your knowledge compared to God's, that is arrogant, my friend.
I don't think so. I think that I'm prioritizing the well-being of children based on the situation that's described.
Now, this is also coming from the same person that says knowledge, I just believe things with high confidence and that you don't actually know anything for
sure. Yeah, I have a very high confidence that God was unjustified in commanding the slaughter of thousands of innocent children in the city of Canaan and Amalek and all these other cities. The Hivites, the Hittites, the Amalekites.
Jed, I'm more unconvinced of your position than you are of mine. Checkmate.
So just because God knows everything there is to know, let's say he is omniscient, that doesn't mean that he has a good justification for commanding the slaughter of children. You're just assuming he does.
No.
Because God says,
I'm not assuming it based on that.
Therefore, God is good.
Well, no, the very concept of good is meaningless without a God who is good.
If you define good as whatever this God likes, then sure, it's good to slaughter babies and own people as slaves and stone women who aren't virgins on their wedding night. But
God,
if we define good,
it's interesting because I can go through all these situations and show you situations where you would accept the same things as being good, like we did with the slavery example. And yet you want to accuse God of not having these moral justifications, when in every situation we've talked about, you yourself have had a situation where there could be a moral justification. That is wild to me.
Well, you're fabricating a different situation than the ones described in the Bible. So like when God says you may capture people as slaves and force them to do forced labor for you under threat of death, that's a different situation than taking someone who's committed a heinous crime and making them a prisoner. That's a completely different situation.
I followed up with that with the idea that just because you don't have nearly the amount of knowledge and context of a situation than God does, you saying there isn't a moral justification for that situation doesn't actually say anything.
Yeah, and just because God has more knowledge and context surrounding the situation does not mean he has a moral justification for his actions.
Right, but you still can't say that he doesn't. That's my whole point. You say
if God commands the slaughter of children who have they're no risk to you whatsoever, that's unjustified. Yeah. You just think anything God says or does is automatically good. Your definition of good is whatever God likes.
That's a complete straw man of my position.
Okay, well, I apologize. If you want to correct your position, feel free.
Well, it's based off of his nature. It's not merely what he says. He doesn't say things that are not based off his nature. He doesn't contradict himself. So by saying God, just whatever God says is good, it can give the idea that God can do contradictory things and both of them are good. That's not the case. That would be subjective. The fact that it's subjective is because God has a nature. God is who he is, and his laws are based off of his nature. That does not change, and he does not contradict himself. And you can throw back, well, how do you know all these things? That's a completely different question.
I would push back on the claim that God does not contradict himself, because we see tons of instances of God contradicting himself in the Bible. In
your worldview, contradictions don't exist, my friend. And you can pull up any contradiction because I've seen them all over your Instagram. Here's the thing.
I'm glad you watched.
Pure. I made one reaction. Did you see it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, because I thought, all right, so you said there's millions of contradiction. And I knew you were trolling, but I I hit it back with the millions of contra. And then you made another video, and he said you upped it. You said there's billions of contra.
Oh yeah. We're up to billions, and you can expect that number to continue rising and rising and rising.
Anyway, that was funny. I do appreciate humor, no matter where it comes
He
from.
found 1,000 times the contradictions in like a week. 1 billion. Anyway. All right. Sorry I had to step out there. I had a big old wood spider on the desk that was eyeing me up, and I was just going to pick it up with my hands and, be a man about it. But, they do sometimes give you a little chomp, very rarely. But I was like, I don't really want to deal with that tonight. So I got him on the paper.
I have a question. I have a question for Alex. You made an analogy earlier, your compass example. If you have a compass that points north and then you shake it and it points north again, are you justified in, accepting that the compass is accurate? Let's say that you look at the back of the compass and you read the manufacturer name. Now you know who created the compass. Does that mean it's an accurate compass?
No.
Okay. So similarly, if we knew that God created humans, does that mean our sensory inputs are accurate?
So it's not based on us knowing who did it, but the status of who did it.
So
right.
What is it
if
about?
if I made your compass, you better not trust that thing. I have no idea how to make a compass. But if the number one company in the world made the compass, there's much higher chance that you could trust it. Now, if the number one person in the world happened to be God, and he made you a perfect compass, then you would be able to perfectly trust it.
So you're saying that our senses are perfect and our senses are never wrong.
Not at all.
So God made
Absolutely
imperfect senses.
Right. Which is the
like
fallibilistic.
People with schizophrenia, for example, they have hallucinations, and even people without that disorder, we can make mistakes and we can think we hear something when we really don't. We can have one-off hallucinations. So you would agree that our senses are unreliable.
Yeah, we can't have infallible knowledge based on our senses.
Sure. So God is not a very good designer of sensory inputs.
Why would God, all right, here's the thing. Could God design something with an intention for it not to be perfect and still be a perfect designer?
If God made
The answer
something
is yes.
bad on purpose, then could he still be a perfect designer? Sure. A good designer could make something bad on purpose. But you're saying you know that it's accurate because the perfect designer made it, but evidently God's not how do you know God is a good designer at all?
Listen,
if he made bad designs.
Because these arguments all go back to evidential arguments, right? That maybe that's what you're used to arguing against. But all of this relies on the syllogisms I presented in my first, in my opening statement. And if this were a debate on the existence of the Christian God, that's where we get the idea of how God created us and what his intentions are for us. And that can drag the argument into deeper waters.
Yeah, so it seems like the Christian God, if he exists, is a really bad designer because all of his humans that he made have very faulty sensory inputs, which are unreliable.
So do you understand the worldview that you're critiquing right now?
I think that I honestly don't even know if I think I grasp the argument that you're making, but you're saying we know knowledge. We know that we can have knowledge because God exists and he made it so that we can have knowledge.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about why as Christians, because obviously as a Christian, we've dealt with these issues. For thousands of years, we have people who dedicated their lives to these issues, right? Many, many different church fathers and saints and pastors, etc. So when we read these people, they have answers for these questions. Now, you may not like the answers, but what I'm asking is, do you actually know the answers?
I don't know every answer that every theologian has ever made to every question. No.
But the one about our senses being unreliable is actually pretty easy answer to find. It's a pretty surface level answer.
Okay, then tell me.
I'm actually curious and shocked that you don't know, that you've never run across. You said you were a Christian for 20 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as a Christian, why would you think that your senses are unreliable?
When the entire time I was a Christian, I had never heard of hard solipsism before. This whole issue of not being able to trust our senses and maybe I'm a brain in a vat. This was something I wasn't exposed to the entire time I was a believer.
Yeah, and I'm more so the idea that I'm getting at and the answer that I will give you. is a very common one in Christianity. Not even like for that exact purpose of like heart solipsism and stuff, but like sin affected us, right? Like, what kind of Christian were you?
I was a non-denominational young Earth creationist.
Okay, and saying you were a young Earth creationist, did you like you listen to like the Kent Hovens and stuff like that? Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know as if I didn't really listen to Kent Hovind until after I had left Christianity. I mainly just went to church, listened to my pastor, I read the Bible a little bit on my own, prayed to God. I believed in God. You know, I never heard anything back, despite all the times I spent praying. Yeah. But
the idea of oh, thank you, Chris, for the raid. The idea that our senses are unreliable. I don't know if our senses would have been perfect before the fall, right? Someone above me would have to answer that question. But the reason that we have so many problems like cancer, like really unreliable senses, mental issues and stuff like that is because of the fall, right? The fall didn't just affect our souls, it affected the physical realm around us. God cursed the ground.
Yeah, God cursed us. So the fall, after the fall of man, after humans disobeyed God, God decided, I'm going to inflict you with all these curses. There's instances in the Bible where God gives people cancer on purpose. He gives people dementia, like in Deuteronomy 28. So all what? These, well, the curses, it seems like you're saying all these bad things are the result of humans disobeying God, as if that's the natural consequence of sin. But from my perspective, these are the consequences of God. The consequences are God's decision. So it's
either
like
way,
if a kid eats a cookie and the parents give the kid cancer out of a syringe on purpose, eating the cookie and disobeying their parents didn't cause the cancer. The parents did by injecting them with the syringe. Here's
one of the biggest issues I see with your question there, or your statement. Are all crimes equal depending on who say one crime, punching someone in the face? Should the punishment be equal no matter who the person it is that you've punched?
No matter who the person it is that got punched, who the victim is?
Right.
That's tough. I would say
it's easy.
Well,
because I'll give you an example and you'll be like, oh yeah, no,
well,
of course.
My gut, I'll tell you my gut reaction.
Okay.
My gut reaction is to say no. If I go out and punch a dude, like, you know, I would never want to punch you. But if I punched you, I would say it would be worse to punch a baby in the face. That's my gut reaction. That's what my gut tells me.
Right. So just with that quick example, we can tell that sinning against a human and sinning against God is completely different and require different punishments.
How can you hurt God if he's all powerful and outside of this dimension?
It's not about hurting God.
Doing something
it's about breaking his law.
Yeah, he makes laws which are arbitrary and subject to change and immoral. And then if we disobey any of them, then he punishes us in cruel and unusual ways.
Why don't you like God, man? You just don't like him. That's what you're saying when you say immoral.
The God of the Bible is an atrocious
He's not how
character.
I want him to be.
He's the most unpleasant character
in all
fiction. He's
atrocious
horrible.
In your worldview just means you don't like him.
Yeah, I don't like him because he so often advocates against the well-being of people.
Just like you don't like, I don't know, breast milk ice cream. Have you seen that? That's been going around lately.
No, I've never tried it, but you know, I'll try.
It's not really breast milk ice cream. It's just a gimmick, but I could imagine the real thing. I don't think would be that tasty. But like that's about the level of condemnation that you could put on God, is that you don't like his actions in the same way that you don't like an ice cream flavor.
That's what you guys know. Oh, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I would say it's a little bit different with issues of morality. Like the reasons I don't like the God character is a little bit different than, you know, like a favorite flavor of ice cream, because God's actions cause suffering and harm towards people. And that has a much bigger consequence than whatever flavor of ice cream I eat, because no one gets harmed if I have chocolate instead of vanilla. But if God, causes disease and inflammation and death, then that's causing harm to thinking creatures, which I think is wrong and horrible.
Right. But my critique is respectfully, in your worldview, so what? Your opinion on God's actions, if they're moral or immoral, in your opinion on your favorite flavor of ice cream, hold the same weight.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. And
Right.
to which I would respond, God's opinion means very little to me as well. Why
Well,
should
God
I
doesn't
care
have
what this God
opinions.
thinks? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Opinions can be true or false. God's opinions are not true or false. Everything God says and does is true. So he doesn't have opinions.
I would disagree with that. I think that God.
But this
does
is
have
coming from someone who
opinions.
doesn't know if anything could be true.
God does have opinions. He says that, he really likes animal sacrifice. He really likes the smell. So he wants his humans to butcher animals and then light their carcasses on fire so that he can get pleasing aromas and then he can forgive sins. But not all animal sacrifices are for sin forgiveness. There's other ones that just bring you closer to God. But for some reason, Yahweh worshipers don't sacrifice animals anymore, even though atonement for sin is not the only reason for an animal sacrifice.
Have you
That's
ever
just
heard
one
of
example.
anthropomorphism?
Yeah. So like you humanize something, sure.
Right.
Kind of like how humans anthropomorphize the universe. They say, oh, the universe is really smart and it's a conscious agent like me who makes decisions like a god.
Right. So God is not a man, right? God the Father who's speaking when he says that he enjoys the aroma of these sacrifices. He's not actually like sitting up in heaven and smelling them through physical nostrils. It's an anthropomorphism in order for him to relate to his people.
So what is it about the slaughter and burning of an animal that God likes so much?
Again, when you say he likes so much, you're talking about the anthropomorphism, correct?
Well, I'm just trying to meet you where you're at. You're saying it's not because he likes the smell. It's because of X reason. What's the reason?
Because they're the obedience of his people.
So he makes us do random and horrible things just because he wants us to obey him.
Why would you say it's random?
Why in the world would I need, let's say I commit some bad action. Let's say I punch you in the face, and to atone for that sin, now I need to kill a cow and light it on fire. It seems completely unrelated to the action I actually committed.
This goes back to the same.
Light it on fire.
Right. Yeah.
This goes back to the same thing when we talked about moral justifications. Just because Jed, who, and again, not making fun of you, we're all this way, puny humans with tiny brains who often make very, very big mistakes. Just because we can't see the reason for it or think of a possible reason doesn't mean that reason doesn't exist. So your critique of it doesn't really hold weight. You're just saying, I'm not able to find the justification for it. Now, there are much more biblically literate people who could explain these things much better than I could. I really need to work on that side of things. But there is there's themes in the Bible of God talking about that the life is in the blood. Like these sacrifices have real meanings. They're not just random.
Yeah, I find the whole notion of having to butcher an innocent life to make up for the sins of someone else, or in other words, substitutionary atonement, is incredibly immoral. And this is one of the foundational principles of Christianity, Jesus' sacrifice. He's a scapegoat for everyone else. I think having one person be punished so that other people can get off scot-free, I think that in itself is an immoral concept. Earlier, I just want to touch on one thing you said earlier. You said that...
I do want to say something about that, but... Well, I didn't want to cut you off, but I don't want to go...
Did you have something going on there, Wi-Fi? You wanted to jump in? Did you have something like going on in your space? It looked like...
my wife brought me bagel bites.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I was like, it looked like you needed to step out maybe for a second, but yeah, good job, wifey. That's awesome. Every once in a while, my wife brings me a grilled cheese if I'm hosting in the daytime, and people are like, oh, she burnt it. That's the way I like it. All right. Let's carry on.
What was I going to say?
I threw you off because I thought you needed to step out. I'm sorry.
What did you just say, Jed?
We were talking about substitutionary atonement.
Oh yeah, so you said it's an innocent life. You said butchering an innocent life for the forgiveness of sins. Were you talking about the animal?
Yeah, the animal, and of course, the same could apply to Jesus' sacrifice as well. Sure.
Do you think it's immoral to butcher an animal?
I think that Yeah, so I don't want to get into a discussion about veganism, but I think that I eat meat. I admit it. I'm a carnivore. I have chicken every day. Now, the way I justify it is that by eating this animal, I'm gaining nourishment. And there's nothing, well, yeah, I'll leave it at that. There's utility to me. Now, in the case where let's say we find a chicken and we slaughter it and we burn the corpse and nobody eats it, then I think that is pointless. Right. Because I think there's no utility anymore.
So this is the theme of the night, and I really want you to think about this tonight. You allow yourself to find moral justifications for situations that benefit you, but you do not allow God to do the same.
There's no benefit to God to having a lamb get slaughtered. What's the benefit?
The obedience of his people and the lesson that it teaches them about how serious sin is.
What about the life of the lamb? That's not important at all?
I mean, the life of the lamb is not as important as human life.
But again, a lesson without killing.
You know what's beautiful? Life? You know what's beautiful about orthodoxy? Because I'm learning so much about orthodoxy as I'm inquiring. This is why I say it's going to be a long time, because there's so much to learn. But there are saints who even talk about the justice of the animals, things that I haven't heard in Protestantism. So maybe it's one thing you might want to check out. To learn, because a lot of you, I'm sure you talk with a lot of Protestants, maybe even a lot of Catholics, but you may not run into as many Orthodox. But there's a lot of saints, and maybe my Orthodox friends can sound off in the chat of who these saints are, who talk about the redemption of animals in that way. And I don't know too much about it, but I do understand the sadness. I love animals. I've had animals. I've only had one animal that I've owned, like, apart from my younger family who's passed. And, last night my son saw a picture of her and was crying, and I felt that pain. And I do think there is something real there, but I don't use it as an excuse.
We can try to bring it back into that. So sometimes, like, if you're reading the Torah and stuff like that in Old Testament, sacrifice sometimes, and I'm trying to just be devil's advocate here, sacrifice at some points can sometimes mean that they've let a donkey, go free in the wild, as far as what I've read. So, I mean, like, I don't know if sacrifice always means that it's, an intentional killing. And sometimes they basically say, the sins are on the, on the donkey or whatever, and they send it out to the wild. So I don't know if there's always that. I don't know if you want to talk about whether the connotation of sacrifice always means that you are killing something. I don't know if that's something we want to talk about.
I think in most situations where it talks about a burnt offering, and Leviticus 1 goes into great detail about what's involved with a burnt offering, where you have to take the skin off and then rip off the limbs and cut out the intestines and wash them with water and then burn the whole corpse. I think that's detailed enough that we're safe to say that they're not letting the animal go free, because why in the world would all this stuff be in there about ripping out intestines? Now, when it comes to, you mentioned that you love animals. What kind of cruel God would drown billions and billions and billions of animals on earth for the sins of humans? Like, I'm referencing Noah's Ark, where human hearts were corrupted by sin, or human thoughts were corrupted by evil all the time. And so God thought, I need to wipe these humans off the face of the earth. And the only way I can do that, or the best way I can think of to do that, is to drown every single kitten, every single teddy bear, every single animal, every lizard, every single animal on the face of the earth needs to die also. What's the point of that?
Yeah, well, I would say, what awful human beings who God entrusted these animals to, that they didn't obey God's laws and brought upon themselves and what was all under their dominion, the entire earth, a flood. So whereas this is the difference, whereas atheists like to point to God, Christians like to point to us. We're the bad ones, not God.
Yeah, so you're appealing to a collective punishment. The animals are part of the collection that's being punished by God, right, even though they did nothing wrong. And collective punishment is entirely immoral. So what God is doing is killing a whole bunch of
according to
animals.
Jed.
God could.
Why do I care what Jed's opinion is on what is moral and immoral? Why do I care what
God's opinion is?
Because he created you, and his opinions are not opinions, but they're true. You want to go back to the syllogism?
No, that's okay. I see no reason to think God created me, but even if God exists, I see no reason to care about what he thinks or what he wants, because all I care
that's
about
why you hate
is
him.
preserving the I dislike the God character described in the
Yeah.
Bible because
If he
works
presented-
in opposition to human well-being.
It's funny because earlier you said you want to believe as many true things as possible, but in the hypothetical I gave you where God comes down and tells you the truth and it actually is the truth, you say, no, screw that. I'd rather rely on my own opinions.
No, I want to believe in true claims. So if God came down, I would believe this God exists. But if God tells me, hey, everything that my character in the Bible doesn't says is good,
Would that be true?
No, I would say good according to who? According to you? According to God's definition of good, sure. But his subjective opinion means very little to me. I don't care what this God thinks. Just because he says
in the
something's
hypothetical
good doesn't mean that
it
it's
was
good.
true. In the hypothetical I gave you, God came, he told you, morality is objective. It's based on my nature, and all the things I have done have been consistent with my nature. And you would still reject that, even though you want to believe true things. Make that make sense.
It can't make sense to say that everything God does and says in the Bible is good. Not under my understanding of good, because my understanding of good is the preservation of well-being. And if God works in opposition to that, he can call it good. And I would say, okay, then I no longer care about what you think is good. I don't care about your objective good. I don't care about it at all. Why should I? I care about well-being.
I'm just going to give you some unsolicited advice. In a crazy hypothetical like that, it's much better optically just to bite the bullet and call it a crazy hypothetical, because anybody can throw a crazy hypothetical at you. But you trying to justify the crazy hypothetical is what I would say that you should look at in your attitude towards God. And I'm not trying to attack you at all.
Sure. Well, I'm just trying to answer the hypothetical as honestly as I could. If this really happened, if God really revealed himself to me, that would be my response. Or perhaps
so even if it was true.
Well, just, yeah, I was gonna say, I want to just clarify, because the point I think the Wi-Fi had made earlier, and maybe is that you'd said at the beginning you want to believe true things, and he's basically saying that if this is true, then that would be a want for you. But you said that you would not want to believe in this authoritarian type of worship structure as you've defined it. So I think that's kind of where we're kind of dancing around that a little bit, just because it's kind of an awkward question, I'm not gonna lie. So the want to believe true things and the want to not worship authority. So it's like, I guess it's kind of like, I thought you were trying to hone in on which is more important to yourself.
Yeah, I think that if God came down to me and said everything in the Bible is good, and I have good justifications for everything, if this God was willing to sit down with me and have a conversation and to my satisfaction answer all of my questions and justify all of his actions, maybe I don't know if there's a way that he could possibly justify it, because there's so many things in the Bible that are so grossly immoral. I don't even know if it's possible that he could justify these actions. I see no reason to think that he could.
How old? I don't want to get personal information. I'm just trying to make it more like so that you would understand it more closely to you. Is your niece or nephew under 10?
I have a lot of nieces and nephews, some of which are under 10.
All right, let's say like one of them was 5, and they didn't believe that what you did was good. And they said the only way it hits more when it's a parent, right? Because the uncle more try to be a funkle than anything, I'm sure, right? But like when a parent and a child, like if the parent says something to the child that they want them to do, and the child doesn't think it's good, unless they sit down and explain to them all the nuances of why it's good that they're probably not even going to understand. Don't you see how that kind of relates to that situation you described with God?
Sure, but couldn't I be wrong in that situation? Let's say I thought something was good and my niece or nephew said, Jed, I think that what you did is actually really wrong, and here's why. And I said, well, I have a good justification. And maybe if I tried explaining to it and they're still not convinced, it's possible that my justification might not actually be good and they might be right.
This is another beautiful thing about orthodoxy, and maybe you won't agree with it. Maybe a lot of my Protestant friends won't agree with it. But God doesn't punish you for not knowing something. He punishes you for rejecting his authority.
Sure. And I think that's
Yeah.
incredibly immoral.
Yeah, I mean,
he
you
cares
think
more
it's
about,
more moral to punish people because they're stupid rather than because they reject authority?
No, I think it's immoral to punish people for either of those reasons. I think that it's immoral for God to prioritize obedience to his authority over well-being. Like, for example, the story of
wait.
Abraham
You
and
think it's
Isaac.
immoral for the state to punish someone for rejecting their authority?
Try to make your if you can remember your hypothetical from before, if you can answer this and then give him your example from the Bible that I think you were going to go into.
Yeah. So could you repeat the question, Alex? Is it immoral if the government does?
Yeah, because you said earlier that it's immoral to punish people based on rejecting authority.
Okay. Yeah. Is it immoral for the government to punish me for rejecting the authority of the government? I would say
via breaking the law.
Yeah, I would say breaking the law is not necessarily immoral because laws and morals don't always coincide.
Right.
For example, I don't know how much
the punishment.
there's.
I don't want to throw you off because I want you to get
Sure,
to
there's
the
laws
hypothetical.
that certain laws in some states don't exist in other states. So is one
Right,
state
right.
moral, one state's not moral? Are there different morals
punishment.
from state to state? I think that it's not immoral to reject the authority of the government, but it would be immoral to break a law if that law coincided with
Is it
morality.
Sorry, the question is it immoral for the state to punish someone based on breaking a law, i.e. rejecting their authority?
Is it immoral for the state to punish someone for breaking the law? It depends on the law. So some laws are moral, some laws are immoral.
Okay.
So I'll say, like, if it would be immoral for the government to lock someone
Agreed.
up for many years because they smoked a certain green drug, but it would
I
be
gotcha.
perfectly
done such a
moral
thing.
for the government to lock up.
Never heard of it.
I
They don't have
know
that in
I don't
Canada.
even know what that is. What are you
I'm trying to be
talking about?
safe on the live stream here,
You
but it
poor-
would be
you
moral
poor
for the
Americans,
government.
you. I'm sorry.
It'd be moral if the government removed someone from society if they say unalived an innocent person.
But wouldn't the like immoral thing just be based on like your opinion? Like if you're living in a society and they have a law, you might say that the law itself is immoral. But if you break the law, you know you're going to get punished. So them punishing you for telling you that if you do this thing, then I'm going to punish you doesn't seem really immoral to me.
You think all laws are moral laws?
No, I think many laws are immoral.
Okay.
But if you tell me, hey, don't do this or you're going to go to prison, and then I do it and I go to prison, I'm not like, why'd you do that?
Sure. So let's say the government said, let's say you're a soldier in Germany in the 1940s, and they say, hey, you need to unalive these Jews. You're a soldier in the army. You were, let's say you were enrolled, you didn't even volunteer. You were just enrolled in the army, and the government said, you need to mow down all these Jews. And you say, I don't want to do that. And they say, well, if you don't, then you're going to be punished. Is the government moral for punishing you for not unaliving all those Jews?
Yeah, I see where you're going, and maybe I should just bite the bullet, but it seems like the law itself is immoral. Them asking me to do that is immoral. And maybe the punishment is immoral there as well.
All right, I want to try to bring it back in right quick. We are 2 hours in, so I mean, if you do have any time constraints, just let me know. It's been a lot of fun, and I don't mind keeping it going. I'm just chilling. We got lots of questions that are coming in, but we could get some more built up if you guys want to keep going. I remembered the term I was looking for. It's called a scapegoat. I was just like, I know there's like a term for it that, anyway.
And that did happen.
Putting the sins on the goat, yes, and sending it to the outskirts of the town. So it's called scapegoat. I was like, there's a Yu-Gi-Oh card for this. Okay, I'm a '90s child. That's how we remember things. All right. So you were about to make a theological example there, Jed, regarding authoritarianism in the Bible.
I was going to reference the story of Abraham and Isaac, which I'm sure you're very well familiar with, where Abraham was rewarded for obeying God, even though God asked him to do something which I would consider incredibly immoral. And so God is prioritizing and rewarding obedience over moral behavior. So I think a better, if I were to write a better Bible, the story would be like this. God commands Abraham to sacrifice his son. Abraham says, with respect to God, your command is immoral, so I'm going to politely refuse. And then God would say, congratulations, Abraham, you passed my test because you did what you knew was right or what you thought was right, even though an authority figure told you to do something otherwise. But instead, we get the polar opposite, where God rewards obedience over preserving the well-being of innocent lives.
Well, it's not that it's simply an authority figure, right? Like God isn't simply a authority figure. This is as Abraham would have believed, the arbiter of good and evil, right? And so the test is in again, and this is what I said earlier about the beauty of orthodoxy and what I'm learning there. The test isn't, hey, are you stupid or not? The test is, do you trust me in that what I am telling you is good, even if it seems to you that it's not?
Sure. And I would say the right answer, the moral choice, would be to reject God's demand, to refuse.
Yeah. And when, again, with this moral stuff, when you try to use the problem of evil and you make an internal critique about morality, that stuff is, although I can deal with it, harder to deal with because we're actually talking about objective morality. But when you make external critiques like you are right now, saying things are moral and immoral, it holds absolutely zero water because nothing is moral or immoral. It's all opinion based.
Well, the opinion is that well-being is the foundation for morality. That's
Yeah,
a subjective starting point. Sure. Well,
I can just hand wave all of your moral opinions.
I can hand wave all of God's moral opinions, or I could hand wave
in your world,
everything.
Yeah.
I could hand wave everything that people tell me is God's opinion, because I don't actually have access to what God thinks and what God wants. All I have access to is what people claim God thinks and what people claim God wants. Things written in the Bible, things that preachers say. All I have access to is claims about God made by people, but I have no access to anything that God actually
and how is that any different than anything other that you call knowledge that you just have beliefs about?
Well, my confidence
they're
level,
just claims that you have confidence in.
My confidence level that other people's claims about God are true is incredibly low because I've never seen any demonstration that any of these gods exist.
And your confidence level is completely subjective, just like your moral opinion.
My confidence level is completely subjective. I suppose, yeah, I guess so, because I'm using my senses and evaluating information based on, personal biases that I might have. Sure.
Yeah. So this is what happens when you reject God. You get a worldview that is completely subjective, where nothing is true and nothing is good or bad.
Well, I wouldn't say that nothing is true and nothing is good or bad. I would say that those are just terms that we have to define. So we have to define good as the promotion of well-being. We have to define true as true within this reality that we appear to share.
That definition is completely subjective.
Yeah, every definition is subjective, ultimately.
Okay. All right.
We just have to agree on what words mean in order to have a conversation at all. If we don't agree on what morality is, then we're never going to get anywhere.
Defining good as that which is well-being, the reason I say it's subjective is because well-being itself is subjective.
I would say that there's objective there's objectivity to be discovered within well-being. And like so for example, it's against your well-being for me to cut your throat. Would you agree with that?
No.
So
not always.
Well, sure. This is where we get into certain situations.
Are we going back to zombies?
Well,
I don't think anybody would like that too much. Maybe that was a pretty surprising response. So I kind of, rather than just jumping right on top, Wi-Fi. If you can justify, that response, because I think that was a little unexpected.
Yeah, because I could have, and the reason it's subjective, because objective would say it is always, in all circumstances, not good for this to happen. But there are people who would say, no, please slit my throat for various reasons.
Yeah, let's say someone is getting a tracheotomy and a doctor is doing surgery on somebody's neck or somebody's throat, and you have to make an incision in order to do surgery or something. Sure. So there's situations where.
But there's also people who don't want to live anymore, right? And for them, well-being is death. They live such a miserable life that well-being for them would be just to end it all.
Yeah, and my heart goes out to those people. I think that the best, there may in fact be people, and it may be in their best interest, to end their life if they're, towards the end of their days, they have some debilitating disease and they're in constant pain, and they're like, I've lived a really good life and I'm satisfied with what I've done, and I'm sitting in this hospital bed and a couple more weeks of pain. Is that really worth it? I'd rather just, I'm satisfied with what I've done. This assisted, I don't know if we can say the S word on here, but I may be in favor. There may be situations where that's okay.
In the debate, I think you can say anything you want. So.
Okay, so
I have no idea how the rules work, by the way.
Yes, there may be situations where assisted suicide is reasonably justified, but I think with most situations, somebody's life could get better. And I think that if someone wanted to unalive themselves, I would do my best to try to explain, hey, things seem dark now, but there's a chance that your life could get better and you can experience happiness and pleasure in the future. And maybe if you change your outlook on life, you could, change the way that you interpret the things around you. Maybe just move to a new city, just start over, like find a new hobby. Like, there's ways that people could make their lives better. And I don't think that, well, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying everything that you just said proves that well-being is subjective. In fact, in all the studies that are done about well-being and life satisfactory, all they do is just a self-report. Do you feel like you have high well-being? Do you feel like you have high life satisfactory? That's all it is.
What's the issue with that?
It's subjective.
Okay. So what? Why is it wrong to care about the way people feel and
you said
people's happiness levels?
Yeah, so the actual standard of well-being is subjective. So saying good is whatever makes for the best well-being, that doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah, people, some people's definition of well-being or what makes one person happy might be different from what makes somebody else happy. But I think if we're going to live together and share space, we have to come to some sort of an agreement on how we're going to live, how we're going to operate, what kind of rules we're going to set, what kind of freedoms we're going to allow. Generally, I'm in favor of allowing maximal freedom and only limiting freedom when certain actions inhibit or cause suffering towards other people. So my freedom to swing my fist ends at your face, another Matt quote. But I think that when we're going to live in a cooperative society, we have to come together and discuss what kind of society do we want to live in. Do we want to live in a society where people can steal stuff? Probably not. I don't want my stuff stolen, so I'm going to advocate for a society that bans such behavior. And I think that if just determining what you want is a good way to think about what other people want too. I don't want to be killed. I don't want to be harmed. I don't want to be punched in the face. I don't want my throat slit unless I'm getting a tracheotomy surgery. So we can design a society that benefits everyone to the maximal amount possible. And it's never settled. We're never going to find a perfect society, but it's always a constant growth, a constant adaptation, evolution to try to build the best society we can.
But again, all these best and betters are subjective. You saying one subjective society is better than another doesn't actually tell us anything. What standard are you using to say what is better? Because there's a standard there to compare the two societies to.
Sure. Well, some standards that, you mentioned a few of them earlier, I think, like self-reported happiness. We could also look at longevity. We could look at disease rates, homicide rates. We can look at all these things and that generally we look towards when we're analyzing societal health.
If there's a society that doesn't care about any of what you just said and is just a bunch of men who like war and they want to come and unalive everybody and take all their stuff, which society do you know that can you say is the better society?
Sure, that's easy. So if this war society just really liked war and liked killing, maybe we could say, all right, everyone who wants to live in the war society, you can go live over here and you are free to kill other people who agree and consent to live in war land. But you're not allowed to move into other people's cities and kill them because now you're harming somebody else.
They don't care about that stuff, Jed. They're going to say your rules are really cute. Taste the end of my sword.
Yeah, that's immoral because they're limiting the well-being of other people.
All right. They say it's moral. You say it's immoral. Who's right?
I am, because they're they're damaging and harming the well-being of other people.
So you're the arbiter of what is and isn't good.
Well, I'm saying part of well-being is part of my definition of well-being is the preservation of life, and that unaliving or killing someone who doesn't want to be killed is immoral.
Right.
Sure.
And the part the subjective experience of these people's well-being is offing you. It makes them feel really good.
Their freedom to kill people ends at the throat of people who don't want to be killed.
Based on what, Jed?
Based on my desire to not be killed. And so
they don't care about your desire.
Now
we've been going down this path for a bit, so I do want to kind of flip this on its head and just say, so we can kind of go down a different category for a bit. How would your concept of God, or like a generalized God, prevent for those things, or is it that you're trying to challenge Jed on his standard of morality?
Yeah.
Where are you at for that?
Well, I think that we have moral laws that God has given us that we can shape society after, that will be objective. And whether or not I like them, whether or not Jed likes them, they are either true or false. So we could have a society that, based on objective standards, is actually, their laws are actually moral or immoral, and not just I disagree with them or I agree with them. But in Jed's worldview, it's every man for themselves. And if a group that is big enough and has bigger weapons and more people decides that their way is true, there's nothing Jed can do about it.
Yeah, I would say that what you just described is actually more in line with the theistic morality. So what if God tells a society, hey, you guys are now a war society. I want you to run around killing all these other tribes. Here's 6 tribes that I want you to completely destroy, leave alive nothing that breathes. Is that moral just because God says so?
No, it's not moral just because God says so, but rather whatever God says does not contradict his nature. So if for some reason God did say this, we would assume, if this was God, that there is a moral justification for him to do this.
So
now,
the issue with my morality that you're posing, that it could allow for a society that just runs around killing other societies, that's also possible within your worldview, right?
If there was, yeah. So like, this is what you're saying. If God wasn't God, could he do this?
No, I'm saying, what if God told a society to run around killing other people like he did to the Israelites in Deuteronomy 20?
In this hypothetical, does it contradict what he said in the past, and does it contradict his nature?
Well, I think the God of the Bible is constantly contradicting himself.
Okay, if it contradicts his nature, then no, he would not.
So you don't think it's possible for God to command? If he does contradict
his nature, then it wouldn't be God, which is why I said that earlier.
Do you think it would be a contradiction for God to tell one country on earth now, I want you to completely destroy these 6 other countries around you?
I think that there are ways that I could see them as a contradiction, right? But because I don't have access to the entire scope of things, if I knew that it was God telling me these things, then I would trust God.
How would you know that it's God telling you to do that?
Well, I don't think that in this day and age we necessarily could. There's, like, in the Old Testament, when God did tell people to do these things, there were prophets, right? How did we know a prophet was a true prophet? Because when he said, this is from God, and it didn't happen, he would get offed, right? So that would be a false prophet. But then people would be established as true prophets after saying these things are from God and they actually happened. So these prophets would deliver the messages of God. We don't have prophets today in that sense. We have, in the Orthodox understanding, again, I'm just an inquirer, I could get this wrong, but there is a conciliar agreement that could be taken as the word of God, but it would be a long drawn out thing, and it wouldn't happen overnight.
Don't you think it's a little suspicious that God always has to speak through prophets and through people, and he never speaks for himself? He always has to talk to people one-on-one. And then those people say, here's what God wants.
Isn't that God speaking for himself?
No. If God speaks to one person one-on-one, alone in a room, and then that person says, hey, God, talk to me, and then he tells the whole group, why doesn't God just tell the whole group? He always has to use one person to speak through instead of just
no. I mean,
showing himself to everyone.
There has been multiple times where God has spoken to groups of people.
Okay, well, you just
his
said
presence
that
were
God
in
speaks through prophets in the Old Testament. So
yeah, for things like that. But there has been times that he has spoken. But I don't think it necessarily matters either way.
I want to touch on something you said a little bit earlier. You said there's moral laws from God. I'm wondering if you can name a moral law from God and how you know it's from God.
So this is getting deep into the weeds here, completely off the subject. But if I were arguing for a Christian God, my introduction would be tweaked slightly, and it would go a little bit deeper, right? And it would get to things like the essence energies distinction within orthodoxy, and why the Christian God has to be the God that has revealed himself. So that's the argument I would make to how I know that his revelation is true. However, the revelation would be the Bible. We have certain moral laws in the Bible, but and this is also where I'm moving towards orthodoxy, where the councils themselves have interpreted the scriptures for us, and they have laid out what the scriptures mean. It's not just our personal interpretations.
Isn't it just the personal interpretation of the authority of the church?
No, that would be an external critique, and you wouldn't be actually talking about the worldview in that sense.
What gives one person's interpretation of scripture validation over somebody else's?
The conciliar interpretation would be all the bishops of the church where Christ has promised his spirit would be. And so in, Nicaea, the Council of Nicaea, for example, I don't think there were too many moral claims made there. It was mostly about doctrine and dogma. But that is where all of the bishops, the highest ranking members of all the church, got together and came to an agreement, just like they did in the Council of Jerusalem in Acts 16, I believe, where the word of God was spoken through the agreement of the council.
See, you said at the start of that, you said we can know that the Orthodox Church's interpretation of Scripture is accurate because God says so. How do you know that the Orthodox Church is the right denomination? Catholics claim the same thing.
I'm not an Orthodox apologist, right? So this is above my pay grade.
Sure, I'm only asking because you made the claim.
Yeah. No, and this has gotten way deep into things. But I would say that for the scope of this debate, it doesn't matter. But just to answer the question, there is a historical consistency within the Orthodox Church. The scriptures talk about Christ forming a church and that the gates of hell will not prevail against it. So if you really want the truth, between Catholic and Orthodox is kind of the real debate. Protestantism really doesn't come around until the 1500s. I know people will get mad for me saying that, but these are the reasons why I'm moving towards these things. Protestantism is kind of a invention of sorts of the late 16th century or the early 16th century.
Does the fact that Protestantism was invented after Orthodoxy and Orthodoxy was going on long before, does that validate Orthodoxy?
Based on the claims of Scripture, yes. But again, this is all tied back to my arguments earlier about the existence of God in general. So you making external critiques about what the true church is holds absolutely no weight, because your definition of knowledge is basically having high confidence in beliefs. And
from my perspective,
not an Orthodox apologist. If I
sure,
said something wrong,
from my perspective, none of the denominations are right, because they're all making claims that they can't substantiate. They all claim that they're the true denomination, and all 40,000 denominations disagree with each other on something. So for every Christian, you're going to get a different version of Christianity. So it's interesting that you claim that you can know things because of God, but then everyone who believes in God knows different things about God. No one can agree with each other.
Did I ever say that because God exists, we can only know true, everything we claim to know is true?
No, you said that we can know things because of God. But if things that we think we know could be true or not, if God exists or if God doesn't exist, then what is God actually doing? What's he helping with? How is he affecting our understanding at all?
Because the entire argument tonight, which I have proven over and over again, is that your worldview cannot know anything to be true. And you've admitted as much, except for this one, I think, therefore I am claim that overwhelmingly has been debunked by people way smarter than me.
Well, I'm not convinced that.
You really like Matt Dillahunty, don't you?
He's a cool guy. Yeah, I admire him. I think that just claiming that God allows us to have knowledge or knowledge can't exist if there's no God, I don't think that proves anything. You're just asserting that there's a God with no justification.
I mean, the justifications, I went through a syllogism, 3 syllogisms, which you provided absolutely no defeater for.
Yeah, there could be a God, and hard solipsism could still be real. I don't know. We might be going in circles. Maybe it's a good time to get into Q&A. I don't know what you think.
And nonetheless, I have appreciated our conversation. I know I got a little bit animated now.
Oh, you're good. This has been fun.
Yeah, I think that it was a good conversation overall.
I was gonna say, if you guys think you've been animated, well, then, I don't know. I mean, there's been times that I've been just like, oh, come on, please, come on, guys, let's reel it back in. You know, I feel like I got some chains. It's just like, oh, you guys have been great. Honestly, a big round of virtual applause for both of our speakers. We are going to go into Q&A, so this is a great opportunity for you, the audience, to get in those questions. So if you have a question for either of our speakers, like I say, you can submit it through a super chat. We're going to read them out loud. Once again, I also have to mention, I'm really bad sometimes with the promos and all that good gravy, but here, I gotta sync this offset there. Yeah, no, none of that. Yeah, so we do have tickets for sale for the Nashville DebateCon 6. WifiGospel has already told me that he's going to be there. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Nashville, Tennessee, Saturday, Sunday, November 15th and 16th. All right, so you get some time to make some arrangements, plan to be there. It's going to be awesome. We're still lining up some of the debates, so keep an eye out for what's on the docket. Honestly, it's going to be interesting to see how all the cookies crumble. So without any more cliches and all that good gravy, we are going to go into that Q&A. So keep those questions coming in, guys, and we're going to grill our speakers now. All right, let's grill them up until they're medium rare. Richie Torres, MMA. All right, says, question, Jed. You said you don't know anything for certain. Then how do you know what your opponent knows or doesn't know?
I don't know for certain what my opponent knows and doesn't know. But what I'm doing is using my ears, which are my sensory inputs, to listen to my opponent and use my sensory input to determine confidence levels about what he thinks. And all I really have access to is what he says. So he could say things that he doesn't believe, and I would just take his word for it because, in a debate like this, I'm just going to assume that he's telling me what he believes. So, yeah, I'm using my ears to listen to my opponent, and then I believe what he says.
All right. Did you have any commentary on that one, WifiGospel?
I would just say that I think it's tough when you change the definition of knowledge to something like a highly confident belief. I would suggest that you really read some more literature on that issue, because I do think there's a definition that you would like more that is more philosophically sound, but it really isn't that one. It gets you into a lot of trouble.
All right, we're gonna move on. Yeah, absolutely. It's much better to believe that your debate opponent, because it's natural. We're gonna find people that believe opposite things. It's much better to believe that your debate opponent is just misguided or just has a wrong interpretation than just to accuse them of being a liar. If you catch somebody being a liar, then that's one thing. But there are people that just accuse others of that, and it's like, no, I think they really believe what they're saying, right? There's a difference there. And I think that's sometimes lost on people. So, try to be charitable at the very least. Ian Kramer says, got the Holy Diver shirt on. Yeah, I do. I fished it out. I got to show you now, right?
That's pretty dope. What is Holy Diver?
There you go. It's the full print. Anyways, I can't do too much going on at this hour. Everybody's in bed, but Holy Diver. You've been gone too long in the midnight sea. Anyway, I love Dio, and if you want to go over to my channel and find me singing Heaven and Hell, you can do that. I want to do Holy Diver soon, but it's not happening with the new band yet. So Bite Me XD says Wi-Fi. When we die, our consciousness just ceases to exist. That's it. There's no magical grand anything after. Our perspective just ends. It's literally as simple as that. People just overthink it.
Well, if that's true, I'm
Jamie
gonna
likes
go off
the flare.
myself. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
yeah.
Well, let's say, just as the hypothetical, if at some point even if you do believe in a God, but you believe that your experience just comes to an end and that's your purpose, would you still see value in this experience to continue onward, or would you truly believe what you just said?
No,
just for
yeah.
internet.
To be completely fair,
bombastic.
I do think I would, but I think it would definitely be arbitrary, and I think a lot of the push. I mean, I'm sure we've all been through times in our life where we felt depressed or had sad moments in our life. And if you have those thoughts, if you believe that worldview during those times, it can end tragically. I mean, not to say that just Christians don't do those things either, because it happens to Christians too. But I'm saying, like, if you mix nihilism with depression, it's usually not good. But if you're a generally happy person and you have things to live for, maybe a family or a career you truly enjoy, then I think those thoughts, you can numb those thoughts, even if you even if you were like a super nihilist and believed everything was meaningless.
Yeah, if I could respond to the question as well. So I think
you guys can just
the
talk.
commenter, the
Sorry.
commenter might be making a claim that he can't substantiate, because he's claiming that there is nothing after death. Now, I would say that it's unreasonable to believe there is an afterlife because there's no evidence for it. Now, everything we understand about minds points to the fact that they require a physical brain. There are no examples of any minds that exist without brains. So even if you could point to like a computer or something like that, if you consider ChatGPT a mind, it still exists on a physical object like a server or something. I'm no IT guy. There's also this conflation of nihilism with atheism that we hear all the time, where if there's no afterlife, that means your life is worthless now. So you might as well just not even care about being alive. And to me, that's just the most ridiculous thing in the world. And I think it really points to the, and that's not something we heard from Alex, but I think that people who make that claim are actually nihilists, and they think that their life is meaningless, which is kind of sad. I think that the fact that life is finite gives it infinitely more value, because if life just went on and on forever, then to me that would lessen the value of the experience. Things have value when they're a limited resource, not when they're overly abundant. And things can have value in the here and now, even though they're temporary. They don't need to last forever in order to have value. Value is just something we imbue to things. Value is incredibly subjective.
Would that mean you're a physicalist, by the way?
A physicalist.
So everything is physical and or depends on something physical.
Yeah, like a materialist.
Well, yeah,
yes.
you did say that the rarity of life brings it more value, so I understand where Wi-Fi is coming from.
Yeah, I would say I believe that everything. Oh yeah, I would just say I think everything that exists is tied in some way to the physical.
Okay, I won't push it further.
Are you sure? I mean, if you want to push it a little bit.
I mean, you said
curious
a
about
little bit. All right, we'll let you push a little bit. I didn't want Jed to have all that. We're in Q&A, so it's like
on me. Yeah, question me.
You're throwing out quite a bit there, so I want to make sure Wi-Fi is able to respond, with clarity. So go ahead.
It just seems like physicalism would entail determinism, but I won't force you into the positions. Are you a determinist?
Can you mind defining that word for me, just so I know how you're using it?
Yeah, so basically everything in the universe is determined by prior states of the universe.
Oh yeah. This gets into the issue of whether free will is actually real or just an illusion. Right. I don't know. It seems like whether free will is real or just an illusion is actually completely inconsequential and doesn't affect how I live my life at all. So it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, the reason I push is because if physicalism entails determinism, which I think I can make a pretty good case for, but some people have pushed me on it, I would think that determinism itself actually also gets rid of knowledge, because the reason that we know things to be true are like if you reason about the evidence, right? You take some evidence, you reason about it, you come to a conclusion, you make an argument. But under determinism, we would just be both determined to believe what we would believe. And let's say Ryan here was the judge of our debate. He would just be determined to make the conclusion about the judgment of the debate. And so all three of us would have the same justification for why we believe what we believe. And it would be, well, we were determined to. So no one would really know what is true. That's the point I was making.
All right. Looks like we're ready to move on. Well, thank you guys for answering that question. Yeah, we are going to get around to all the questions. I haven't gotten to, there's somebody in the live chat that seems a little bit salty. You know, they're taking the victim position here. You know, I'm going to get to it. You paid $5 for a super chat. You just unsubscribed. We're going to get to you. Don't worry. We go in order here. Okay. That's why I say get your super chats in, because they are read with priority. We're coming. Don't worry. All right. You just don't quote me, all right? That's going to be taken.
Yeah.
All right. We won't make any inappropriate jokes, okay? Justin Henley says, Spaghetti, Last of Us, would you drain the blood of one woman, ending her to cure the rest of humanity from a deadly virus? Is this something from a Last of Us, they said? Is this like a video game thing?
Oh yeah, The Last of Us. Yeah, I haven't seen the latest season, so no spoilers. But yeah, is it okay to kill one person to save all of society? It's a great question, and the same subject matter was also kind of brought up in the Fantastic Four movie. Is it okay to kill or hand over one baby in order to save all of the world? And at least, spoiler alert, in Fantastic Four, they were able to come up with a solution.
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No,
well, let me try to phrase this answer without any spoilers. There may be a solution to help save humanity that does not involve the killing of an innocent person. And maybe we just need to work harder to figure out what that is.
Some revolutionary stuff there. Let's just not.
We can withdraw blood from people without killing them. So perhaps we could take, a pint of blood every week, and then eventually this one person has donated at least one body's worth of blood. Why would we have to take all the blood all at once? That doesn't make any sense. So, but I see what they're getting at. I was trying to be charitable at the beginning. So.
Well, yeah, but using like vampire logic. No. All right. Bite me XD. We got another question. I think that might get us a little bit more back in tone here. So Bite me XD, they do have some more bombastic super chats, and there's a lot of personality in these. I love it. So religion is just a fairy tale cope. Why is anyone scared of just ceasing to exist? Only weak-minded men need to think that they'll live forever. It's rooted in ego and arrogance. We're not that special. So,
I think if is this the same person?
Yes, this is a second super chat. So they're basically saying, like, why is anyone scared of just ceasing to exist? When basically the concept of being scared is a symptom of the living is kind of what I would summarize that to.
I think that if they send maybe 5 or 6 more super chats, I'm probably moving towards their position more, and that would help a lot if they send about 5 or 6 more super chats. It's helping.
Wi-Fi. No. You are just you're just trying to make money for us now.
Wow.
Oh man. Well, if you can give us a little more for him, if you don't mind.
You can say the same thing. Them. Yeah, I was chewing my bagel, so I had to, but
no worries, brother.
I think you can say the same thing. Like, those claims are, you can just turn them around, and it's so, like, I don't make those claims about people. I try not to. Maybe I even made 1 or 2 during this debate. But if you say, oh, well, you just believe in God because you're scared of death, and I could just be like, well, you just don't believe in God because you want to live however you want to without having to be judged at the end of your life. It's like the same energy.
Right. I'll let you respond there, Jed, if you'd like.
Yeah. So I think it is true that, it is. It's definitely true that the fear of death is a big motivator for people's adherence to a religion, because it's a method of people to escape death. Most people don't want to die. So if You tell me, oh, you could just live forever. I'd say, oh, well, that's cool. How do I do that? I'll just accept Jesus Christ into your heart. Say, oh, that was easy. Now I get to live forever. I think another motivation for religion is the fear of being alone, where, I'm alone in the cosmos. And, even if on a grand scale, all of us humans are just, little ants on a speck of dust in this giant universe that seems not to care about us at all. So it's comforting to believe that there is a God who's watching out for us, who allows us to live forever, who's protecting us, and he's guiding us, and he has a plan for us. These are comforting thoughts. So it's only natural to invent a religion that helps people cope with a lot of these fears. However, I think a lot of the seemingly uncomfortable implications of atheism are actually benefits in disguise. So the fear of being alone, for example, that was one of the most liberating feelings I've ever had in my whole life. I remember the exact moment when I was deconstructing, and it finally hit me that I'm alone in my own brain. And at the time, I was also alone physically. I was home alone. So I'm like, I'm completely by myself right now. There's no one in the room with me. There's no one in my brain monitoring my thoughts. And it was so freeing. It was like the first time I ever experienced true independence, and it was glorious.
All by myself. All right. You have any thoughts there, Wi-Fi, before we move on? The concept of, true solitude.
No, I mean, I think it's just all, when we get into answers like this, it's just all cope on both sides, not just you, Jed. I think both sides do it all the time. And I'm not really interested in cope. We all have our own ways to cope.
Ooh,
and I think,
isn't that good? That feels nice, Wi-Fi. You're just like, I'm not gonna take you're not taking any bait there. That's great. And I do agree. Like there's a lot of people that like I say, what Jed said obviously hasn't offended you in any way. And it's like, there's a lot of people that are just like, hey, I could make myself a victim through what you just said. You didn't do that. And that's, like I say, it's really cool because, oh man, don't we get tired of seeing that where it's like, oh, did you just say something where I could be a victim and then I could pretend that you're the triggered one at the end of the day? This is going to be a lot of fun, right? Maybe not.
When it comes to atheists are, one motivation they have is that they just want to sin. Alex, I believe that's one that you mentioned. I think that may actually be entirely true, because a lot of the things the Bible describes and calls sins, I think are actually completely moral. So by me sinning, or me wanting to sin, what's really going on is I want to live the most moral life I can. And part of that, from my perspective, involves violating rules in the Bible, which I find to be immoral.
Do you really find that certain things are like, because there's a difference between moral in the way that it's okay to do, and then like a moral virtue, right? Like, for example, you may not believe that premarital sex is wrong, but you wouldn't say it's like a moral virtue, right?
I wouldn't. Yeah, like, is it moral compulsory, or is it necessary to have premarital sex? I would say no. If somebody
like a
doesn't
good
want
thing,
to have,
like you would promote it, for example.
yeah, I think in that particular example, I would say that there's nothing immoral about premarital sex so long as it's in full consent and everything. But it's not like an obligation. I don't think anyone has to have premarital sex in order to be moral. No.
Or like even necessarily like a thing you would promote and tell your nephews and nieces to indulge in often or something. Like drinking. Like you wouldn't think that getting drunk is a sin, but you wouldn't tell your nephew to go drink 3 times a week and get plastered.
Well, the Bible says drunkenness is a sin, and I personally don't drink, or at least I very, very rarely drink, because it has a lot of negative health implications. I think that my and seemingly everyone else's behavior on alcohol is negative, worse in almost every way. So that's one instance where I tend to actually agree with the Bible.
So
well, at least somewhat, because drinking is okay, but drunkenness isn't okay. But
I the reason I'm asking all those questions is because it seems like you said that there are things that the Bible says are immoral that you actually think are moral virtues. Maybe I'm misreading it.
Oh, sure.
And if I did read the situation correctly, could you like provide an example?
Yeah. The Bible says to lean not on your own understanding. I don't know if you would consider that a sin, because it says not to do it. But I would say that leaning on your own understanding, or using the brain that we have to interpret reality and come to conclusions the best we can is a moral virtue. Sure.
Okay. I would think there's maybe a wrong interpretation there, but I don't know if we want to stick on this.
Yeah, I think it might be a good idea to move on because we do have other super chats, and one that's not so pleased with me. Alchemist, not pleased with my inputs tonight. Well, that's all right. You have an open invitation from me to go and anyway. I'll behave. All right. If God doesn't, I told you I'm not one of these. Anyway, if God doesn't give a justification, that doesn't mean that there isn't one. And it's literally the number one. In Jed's zombie baby analogy, he's okay with ending the life to end unnecessary suffering. Why does God owe Jed an explanation?
Yeah, so while it's true that just because I don't know the justification doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't one, just because I don't know the explanation doesn't mean that there is one either. So it seems like under the theistic assumption is that God does have a good justification. We just don't know what it is. Maybe we're too stupid to know what it is because we're not as smart as God, or maybe our moral understanding is limited in some way. So it's yeah, I would say that the assertion that God has a moral justification for, say, commanding the slaughter of babies in Deuteronomy 20 needs to be substantiated. You can't just claim that God has a good moral justification by just saying, oh, he's really smart, so it's always okay when he kills babies, without actually providing the justification.
So this is actually really good because I wanted to talk about this in the debate, but we probably just went off on a different topic. So what it definitely does do is it shows that it's not a contradiction for God to say he's omnibenevolent and do things that you think have no moral justification for it, right? Do you at least get that part?
Yeah,
Because
what you're saying makes sense, but I would say that there are situations like, with Deuteronomy 20, for example, there are situations where I think we have enough information to determine that what God does is immoral and there couldn't be a justification for it.
Well, you admitted that just because you don't see a justification doesn't mean there can't be one. And logical contradiction means that it's impossible for there to be a way out, right? That's why contradictions are the most true thing, because in order for something to be a logical contradiction, there is zero possibility of reconciliation.
Yeah, if I can just clarify, given no other context, it's true that just because we don't have an explanation doesn't mean God doesn't have one, but there are certain situations presented in the Bible that provide context. So given the context that the Bible provides with specific situations, like in Deuteronomy 20, where it says to, enslave people or kill them, I think that there's enough information there to determine that God doesn't have a good justification, or drowning every animal on the planet, or giving people cancer because they eat shrimp, or whatever else.
Right. So I don't want to repeat it, but it does still hold, even though with that example. But there's another side to the coin, is your interpretation. You would say that your interpretation of the Bible is not infallible, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if there is a possible interpretation that you are unaware of that solves the apparent contradiction, it is no longer a contradiction, correct?
There could be a justification to solve a contradiction that I don't know about. Sure. Yeah.
Right. So then that also would not allow you to say that the problem of evil is a logical contradiction.
Well, just because you say there might be a good explanation is not a good explanation. You have to actually debunk these contradictions and not just claim that you could debunk them.
I would say that it's fair to ask the Christian for a good justification for these things. But I also think that you're not understanding the definition of a logical contradiction. A logical contradiction is P and not P cannot be true in the same sense at the same time and in the same way. So if there's even the slightest possibility that there could be a reconciliation, which you have admitted in both circumstances, then you cannot say it's a logical contradiction by definition.
There may be some specific instances you could point to in the Bible where there is a good justification. I don't know, but I think there's others that have enough context we can be confident there is no good justification.
And that's fair. I think you should phrase it that way, but it's not an actual contradiction.
All right, sounds like a good place to move on from there. Yeah, this has been a really a lot of great fun, guys. There's just been a lot of great amicable energy between you, between Wi-Fi Gospel and Jed, Flying Spaghetti Auditor. I was getting ready to say that word. My goodness. Flying Spaghetti Auditor is the name of Jed's handle there. We're going to have it in our live description before we close this out. If it's not there already, I'm going to double check before we do. But as per usual, we have Issa here. All right. I'm going to have to get my glasses out here soon. I swear it's getting to be that hour. Issa Kabir says, Steelman, each other. Okay. So let's see. Who do we want to start with? Maybe we'll flip a coin. I don't know. I'm just going to say, Jed, can you Steelman Wi-Fi Gospel's position for why there is a God?
Sure. We have knowledge. And knowledge can only be possible if a God exists who allows us to have knowledge. Therefore, God exists.
All right. Same question, Wi-Fi. Why does God not exist, according to Jed?
I would say generally Jed said what Jed said, generally speaking, was fair. It's tough because Jed doesn't necessarily when you steal man, you're not necessarily you want your opponent's view. So Jed's view, even though I think he's making a positive claim, Jed's view is
fair. I should be more fair. Why does Jed not find the claims of theism convincing? I should say that might be more accurate.
Right. Jed's view is that he's not making a positive claim, but rather he has not been convinced or seen any demonstration of evidence that has given him the confidence to believe in the God hypothesis.
All right.
Yeah, I agree. Sure. That's accurate.
All right. Looks like you've both been paying attention. That's good. Issa likes asking that one. I like asking it too, honestly, Issa. Yeah. He pays very little for it every time, though, Issa. Come on.
If I could, maybe, Alex,
you always get a good one.
Could you steel man my response to your argument for God's existence specifically?
If you do the same to my response of that. All right, let's see if I can do it. I think that your response to my claim?
Yeah, can you steel man my response to your claim about knowledge?
It seemed to me that your response to my claim was kind of twofold. And maybe I'm doing that just to place hedges. But it seems like it was, I don't accept your definition of knowledge. And under my definition of knowledge, your argument doesn't hold. And also, even if your definition of knowledge did hold, I think therefore I am is one instance of knowledge that would defeat your argument.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Right. Well, he did ask if you would do the same too. So what did you want to ask Jed to Steelman for you?
What my response to that was?
Sure. You said that I think therefore I am has been sufficiently debunked by philosophers, and that my definition of knowledge is bad because it allows for the acceptance of innumerable crazy claims, and anything could be possible if we don't know anything is true.
Props right. Because I've debated a lot of people on this topic, and you'd be surprised at the people who I would think would really follow the argument just don't. And I think that at least you, even though you disagree, you followed. So I appreciate that, Jed.
All right, we're going to carry on. Thanks, guys. It seems like I said earlier on in the debate, that I think we're going to have a really good discussion between these two because they're actually listening to each other. Debaters, take a cue.
We're using our sensory inputs to listen to people.
Ooh, the revolutionary idea. All right, Wisdom for $2 says, without lies, the cross tumor dies. And then they followed it up with another super chat saying, Christianity is false. Jesus is not God. So there's not, these are declarations, but I will ask Wi-Fi Gospel. They say Jesus is not God.
Yeah,
so I'll let you guys bounce that one while, I'm going to just pop out and use the restroom for a second. So go ahead.
All right. It is interesting, Jed, and I would like to know. So like from an external critique, all right, Jesus isn't God. All the normal arguments that you would say Christianity isn't true would be the same for why Jesus isn't God. But are you of the opinion, because I have seen a lot of atheists, especially ones who were previously Christian, who have deconstructed, then they start going the route of saying, actually, even if Christianity is true, the Bible doesn't teach that Jesus is God. Are you of that opinion?
No, I think it's within the Christian worldview and giving it all the information in the Bible. I think it would be reasonable to say that Jesus is God. Jesus claimed to be God. Actually, I have a couple of examples here. I and the Father are one from John 10:30. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. John 14:9. Before Abraham was, I am. John 8:58. So I think there's a good case to be made that within Christianity, Jesus does in fact claim to be God. Sure.
Interesting. Yeah, I've just met a lot of people who have deconstructed. Do you like that term? Like, is that a term you like use to describe yourself?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
okay.
Deconstructed my religion. Absolutely.
Cool. I feel like a lot of people who have deconstructed from Christianity hold that opinion that I've seen who are now atheists. I don't know.
Yeah. Getting back to the question or the statement that was made, I think that whether like, oh, Jesus is a lie or religion, the cross dies without lies or something like that. I think that one definition of lying is claiming to know something that you don't know or couldn't possibly know. And I think that religions do rely on people making claims about things that they don't know.
Wouldn't that be more like just being deceived? I'm sure there are plenty of people, definitely, who don't even believe in the religion they claim to believe in and then pitch it to other people for various reasons. But like someone who's genuine about their faith, claiming to know something that they don't actually know would more just be like self-deception, right?
Yeah.
Rather than them lying.
I mean, if you're genuinely convinced that a God exists, I would say that by claiming that he does exist is not necessarily a lie. But I think that if you claim to know, oh, God really likes, I don't know, foreskins and he hates shrimp. As soon as you start getting into all these specific things you think you know about God based on the Bible, how do you know the Bible is true? We go down this rabbit hole of people making claims. And a lot of Christians, I think, just haven't actually, I would be willing to claim that most Christians haven't actually thought very hard about most of the stuff that we've talked about today. Most Christians either don't go to church at all, or they just sit in the pews and listen to their preacher, and then they go home and forget about God for most of their for the rest of the 6 days. And then they go back to church and think more about God on that one day. But I think a lot of Christians don't actually really struggle with some of these issues we're talking about. I think it's only once you start either deconstructing or start getting into the world of apologetics where you become exposed to these certain issues and these certain ideas.
I think that's fair. I think it's similar to the times of early Christianity. There was a big feud once Constantine made Christianity. I think the emperor before Constantine made Christianity legal. And there was a big thing where before it was legal, you had to like worship Caesar or like bow down to Caesar and give an act of worship to him. And Christians were told not to do that by their pastors and bishops. And if they did do that, they were excommunicated from the church. They couldn't receive the Eucharist. And then once it was made legal where they didn't have to do that anymore, those people who were excommunicated wanted to come back. And there was like a big feud about it. But I think that's kind of similar to the time we're in now, where many Christians don't have to face any persecution. Many countries, there's like a lot of countries that are majority Christian. And even America still is pretty much majority Christian. But the internet is kind of forcing people to think about these things. And the people who aren't really standing on business, there is a lot of deconstruction.
Hold on, before we move on to the next question. All right, foreskins. I mean, I'm rather fond myself. All right, what's the deal with all that? All right, no, I'm just kidding. We can move on. Just trying to lighten the mood there, guys. It's been, you guys have just been, like I say, already just in a really good vein of talking to each other and not being overly rude, which is.
I will say that it's very weird to me, the Bible and God, if he wrote the Bible's obsession with foreskins and male genitalia and how the Bible uses foreskins and genitalia as metaphors for other things. It seems like such a weird and bizarre, line of language to even use. Why would I use foreskins as a metaphor for anything? It's the Bible is extremely sexual, and it's interesting.
I'll let you answer that one, and then we'll stop talking about snakehoods and go to the next
I
question.
think, and this is more of a guess, and like I said, there's gold in the Saints, man. Reading the Saints, if you want true Christian opinion, go read the Saints, the old Saints, the Church Fathers. But I would think that there's like sexual interactions with people is a very spiritual thing, in my opinion. Like there's much more than just the physical going on. I think we can all relate, whether you think it's just, chemicals going on in your brain and the feelings that you have, like if you've slept around with a lot of people or you've had long-term relationships, like there's all these emotions that form and these feelings you have that are around sex that are just not comparable to these other relationships we have in life. And I think that because of that, that's part of the reason why it was such a big deal to God. And like, what other way to mark somebody being different than like if they decided to go into a neighboring city and sleep with the town prostitutes, they're gonna be like, yo, you're not supposed to be doing this. Like, you're Jewish, aren't you? I don't know. Those are kind of just guessing.
No worries. Well, we can move on to the next one. That was a lot of fun, though, guys. Yeah, once again, you're watching the live chat. We are getting down on our super chats. You want to hit the like button. Like I say, we want to try to boost up more conversations like this where people are, keeping it level headed and stuff. It's a lot more easier to unpack that way, I think, than just, the fireworks are nice sometimes, guys, but come on, this is the bee's knees right here. If bees had knees, we call it Wi-Fi gospel and Jed. All right. Justin Henley says, "Can God bring?" Before I ask the next question, actually, do either of you need to step out for a break? I can do a little bit of housekeeping.
I'm gonna go steal the vape from my wife.
Yeah,
I can
steal the
vape on here, right? Good.
You can. That's all I do. If you wanted to step out for a second, Jed, use the washroom or grab.
Yeah, I guess I might as well grab my vape too.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I guess that's what we're all doing. All right. We're all going to be vaping on stream. All right. Well, if you haven't already and you're hanging out in the live stream, hit the like button. We do appreciate it. Modern Day Debate is going to be live. All right. It's going to be in November. So you can see it there up on the screen right now. Nashville, Tennessee, Saturday and Sunday, November 15th and 16th. We have our tickets in the link below. So if you look in our description, you'll find those tickets linked there. Definitely recommend that you get those early bird tickets while they're lasting. Ryan, keep it moving. And WTF? No, things can move, but I gotta respect our speakers and let them have a break too. I get a chance to jump out every once in a while because I don't have to, necessarily pay attention to every last little detail because I can turn up my speakers over here. Ryan derailing his own stream. Oh. Hey, Alchemist, you have more tears than I have handkerchiefs. All right. Jed's back, all vaped up.
I'm back.
Assumedly. All right. We're just waiting for Wi-Fi Gospel. Hopefully you guys got all your breaks in, everything you need to get through the rest of this Q&A. But yeah, once again, thank you to all of our live supporters. I'm sorry to the whiners that I let down, or the one whiner, I should say. But Jed, you're having a good time, are you?
Yeah, this is great, and yeah, this is awesome. I saw that coming up soon, Matt Dillahunty is going to be on the show. Is that right?
I'm not sure. That might be. I think that is an advert for our podcast. Now, yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens now going forward. So, I don't think that's a debate. Let me just double check.
Oh yeah, it says
now I gotta see here.
Are you
podcast.
Are you familiar with the recent
the
Dillahunty lore?
The Dillahunty lore. No, I'm not familiar with the Dillahunty lore, but I will say that now that part of that atheist trio, Seth Andrews has been on Piers Morgan. who regularly features one of the Christians that, have been found to be so offensive that nobody wants to come on Modern Day Debate anymore, but they're regularly featured on Piers Morgan. Now, Seth Andrews has appeared. I just wonder how they're going to square that circle and not be on Modern Day Debate. I think it's well worth to be on Modern Day Debate, just my opinion.
The lore. I was asking Jed.
You don't get me into the lore.
I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just saying, Jed. There's a lot that's happened.
I got in a lot of trouble because of things I have said, and I will not utter them here and cause more shenaniganery. All right, the Jason Unchained says Wi-Fi winning for the sun. All right, so you got a fan out there from the Jason Unchained.
Here's a little bit of Wi-Fi lore. I had, God, I can't believe I'm saying this publicly, but I had a I put out 2 really bad rap mixtapes when I was a Protestant. Not because I was a Protestant, just they were just bad because I'm a bad rapper. But go ahead, if you guys want to have a laugh at me, I'll even give the ammo to my enemies. Make a bunch of clips and spread them as far as you can. Xander the Storyteller on SoundCloud. You'll have a great laugh.
All right.
Well, hey, all of us have made our fair share of rap mixtapes. I used to make some back in high school too.
Yeah,
oh,
nice.
Yeah.
Now you got to
so
shout
bad
out.
that I'm not going to share them here.
Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even want to go back to those days learning guitar. Oh my god.
I was in my early 20s, so I have no excuse.
What's kind of funny is I was listening back to one of my songs recently, and I was actually at the time I was a Christian, so I was making lyrics making fun of atheists.
Oh wow, okay.
I was gonna say if you can read into the lyrics of the song I used to put on the live stream here, I had Until We're Gone, and then I had another one that was called No Barrels Cold. Yeah, I stopped playing that one because it had some language in it, but
but you still actively make music, right?
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm still screaming our arse off for money. That's where I get all my my live stream anxieties out. It's just like if you bother me in the live stream, that's just a better scream I'm gonna have live. I'll be like, screw that person.
There you go.
It's extra energy for the rock performance. All right. Chib says, Jed, sorry. If you admit to not knowing anything, absolutely, how can you argue for or against any claim?
So, yeah, when I say I don't know anything with absolute certainty, that's because I can't say with confidence that this reality is actually real and there's not some meta reality. I can't beat the problem of hard solipsism. But when I say I know something, my definition I've already given that I just have a really high confidence level. I'm working within the framework of this reality, so that I assume that this is real first, and then I can accept or reject claims about this reality based on my sensory inputs.
Any commentary on the other side?
We really hashed it out. I don't know if we need to get into it again, but
fair enough. We'll ask that last super chat and let our speakers have their closing statement. We've had you for 3 hours. I think that's a really overtly reasonable amount of time. So I don't know how to say this. It's SF49er SJ Shark says, Jed, what do you do about the unscientific fact that nothing created everything?
Yeah, I do not believe that nothing created everything. That's a straw man of an atheist position regarding cosmology or Big Bang cosmology. So I have no idea how the universe started or what the origin of the universe was exactly like. All we can do is observe the expansion rate of the universe and trace it back about 13.8 billion years to determine that the universe, as we understand it, our local presentation of the universe started expanding from a singularity 13.8 billion years ago, but we have no way to investigate prior to Planck time, which is an instant after it started expanding. So maybe matter and energy have always existed. Maybe if you rewind the clock far enough, you get to a beginning of time, t equals 0. And so nothing ever caused the universe to start existing. It just started because there was never a time when the universe wasn't started. And I have no idea. That's all just speculation on my part. So I don't claim to know how the universe started. I don't claim that the universe was created by nothing or that nothing ever existed. Generally, I would say that it's probably unlikely that nothing ever did exist. I think something either always existed or time itself had a beginning.
I think that it was a popular atheist talking point, especially when, like, was it the Four Horsemen they call them more popular? But I think that the majority position now is that something called the cosmic microwave background existed before the Big Bang, and that's kind of where all the study is going for right now. And I think that philosophically, the view doesn't hold, and because of that, a lot of atheists that I talk to about this tend to believe, they'll just say like, well, I think that matter is eternal or something like that.
Yeah, I think the cosmic microwave background radiation is a method that people use in addition to the expansion rate of the universe to determine that it is expanding and the rate of expansion, like redshift and blue shift. But I don't necessarily know as if that, I've never heard someone claim that that existed prior to the existence of the universe. Maybe they have, I don't know. But I think I think it was Lawrence Krauss who had a book called Something from Nothing. I might be completely butchering this, but my understanding is that he didn't actually claim that, there was ever a nothing, but there was like some sort of like particles or something. I don't know. I'm kind of speaking out of my field house with cosmology, which is why I don't make any positive claims about the beginning of the universe.
And speaking of Lawrence Krauss, DebateCon 5, which I was at, was amazing. I loved it. Met a ton of people. If anything, because you're like, oh, I could just watch the debates at home. Yeah, after you can, but the people you meet there is really like one of the biggest reasons I'm going to go again. It's an awesome time. But during DebateCon 5, the reason I bring it up was because Inspiring Philosophy and Lawrence Krauss had a debate on which is better for society, right? I think that's what it was, Christianity or secularism. And chef's kiss, Inspiring Philosophy absolutely killed it. So go watch that.
Well, I was going to say, to be fair to both speakers, I think they both kind of bounced off each other in a really organic way. I think if you're going to watch a debate on that topic, that is definitely a very palatable, enjoyable debate for sure. Both speakers definitely have their convictions, and that's nice. So lastly on this question, unless another super chat comes in, this is the end. So, feel free to bounce this one. How do you care about babies when you're pro-abortion, Jed?
Sure, great question. Well, babies and fetuses are not the same thing. So I think that there's a starting point we could have. I think that when it comes to abortion and the justification for it, it relies on the bodily autonomy of the mother or the person carrying the fetus. So I don't think we should ever force anyone to let someone else grow inside of their body without their consent. And I think when it comes to a baby who has been born, they're no longer requiring one specific individual for their continued existence. So I think that there's a huge distinction to be made between the reliance one person has on the other. And I don't think anyone's bodily autonomy should ever be violated by forcing them to have a fetus grow inside of them without their consent.
I'm so upset for not bringing this up. Shame on me.
Now's your chance.
Because I do think that this goes along with our theme of you can have these moral justifications for the unaliving of a little human being, however you want to put that. But God can't. So but I want to be fair. Do you think that it's a human life from conception? Or is there do you have a cutoff date?
Yeah, of course it's a human life from conception. And you could even make the argument that human life is just a continuous cycle that never really has a beginning or never really has an end. I'm fine with calling a fetus a human, but is it a person is the bigger question. Do we grant it personhood? Does a fetus, should a fetus be granted the same rights as a living, breathing, walking, fully independent person who's already been born? I don't think so.
Right. So then is there at any point, what point does the fetus gain personhood? Is it only after it's born?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point at which to grant personhood. Generally, if you, I mean, I think women should be in control of their own reproduction, and I think once you start demanding that women carry, a fetus to term, they have to give birth, even if they don't want to. That comes with all sorts of issues. Like, what if there's a health risk to the woman? Do we force her to give birth to a baby, even if it poses a risk to her? Most people, or at least some people who are pro life, will make an exception for risks to the mother's life, but then the risk to the mother's life is never black and white. It's never binary. Like, oh, you will definitely die if you try to give birth to this baby, or you'll definitely live. There's always some risk factor. Like, you have a 30% chance of suffering really great injury or death if you try to give birth to this child. And then it becomes a matter of, at what point, what high amount of risk do we finally allow a woman the freedom to abort the pregnancy and protect herself? And I think that should be up to a woman and her doctor, and that the state and the government and me or anyone else have no business telling a woman or any person when and how they need to carry their own reproduction. I think people should have that own freedom to decide that for themselves.
And so what's the distinction? And I'm not saying that people like, average gestation is what, 40 weeks? I have 3 children. I should know this. It's about 40 weeks, right? Did I get that right?
Okay.
I think so. I don't know. I'm just asking. I think it's 40 weeks. Average gestation. Look, we're all Googling now. We have kids. Come on.
It's like 9 months, I think. Yeah, something like that.
All right. So let's say on the 39th week, what's the distinction between, like, why isn't that a person versus after it's born?
Now, when it comes to a 39-week-old fetus, I think it's incredibly unlikely that any mother would go through that much time being pregnant and then suddenly decide, I want an abortion. And when we get that close to 40 weeks, the termination of a pregnancy, which is what an abortion is, no longer becomes killing the fetus. It becomes a C-section. We need to get this unborn human out of
say
your
baby
body.
You want to say no, but yeah, totally understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying people get abortions
I think
at 39
that
weeks.
if we can
what's the
save both
distinction?
lives, then I think if we can save both lives, I think that we should try. Sure.
Right, but what's the distinction is what I'm saying. Like, you said that personhood is, like, a good place to place personhood is after they're born, but what's the distinction? Like, you could still say there's a justifiable reason for an abortion, even if it's still a person. That wouldn't, like, just calling it a person at 39 weeks wouldn't allow you not to say that or have an argument for that. But it seems weird to say, well, it's only a person once it's born. Like, doesn't seem to be a good distinction between 39 weeks and birth.
And I promise I'm not saying this to weasel out of the question, but maybe I could amend what I said. Even if we call an unborn human a person, sure, go ahead. I don't think we should grant any person the right to use and live inside of someone else's body without their consent. I'm not allowed to go inside of a woman's body without her consent, and fetuses should not be allowed to be inside of a woman's body without her consent either. So perhaps we should offer the same rights to both of us.
I'm going to take this out of the live chat right quick for one of our active live speakers. I just have a little follow-up, and I think it's interesting too, which is that if it was the case that we had the technology to not rely on, a female body to house, the fetus and bring it to term, would you still say that if it is the case that you had this, combination of a sperm and an egg, you could remove it and put it into, what would you say? Artificial womb. You could raise it in that artificial womb. Would you still say that it's okay for a couple or a woman to say that they do not want that baby to be born if it's not reliant on the body of the mother?
I would say probably not, because the only reason I think abortion is justified is because of bodily autonomy. So if there's this completely independent human growing in an artificial womb, I don't think one person's desire to have it not grow anymore should automatically make it stop existing.
I think that's consistent.
So no is the short answer. So I think bodily autonomy is the one qualifier I have for abortion. So if you have like a test tube baby, I think that the desire to just kill it, I don't think is enough to end the gestation.
Think about this next question carefully. I could try for the gotcha, but I'm not gonna. We've been pretty good this debate.
Do the gotcha. Come on.
Do it.
Is it ever immoral to get an abortion?
Or is it amoral or immoral?
It's a good question. I would say I'm leaning towards no, because the fetus is not capable of experiencing. Well, I don't know. It's so one thing that pops into my head is that you'll hear this extreme example from people who are pro-life, which is, what if a woman just wants to get pregnant and then get an abortion, and then she wants to get pregnant again? Like, her whole life goal is to have as many abortions as possible because she wants to kill as many fetuses as she possibly can. I think there may be a case to be made that kind of behavior might be immoral, because it seems like you're just trying to off as many fetuses as you possibly can. But I think that kind of behavior is really not something we ever see people do.
Now
I don't know if that answered the question sufficiently.
I do personally know people who don't do that, but who have absolutely no regard for it, in the sense of, I sleep with whoever I want, don't use protection, and if something happens, I'll just get an abortion because it's just $500. I'll make the dad pay for it, and I personally know people who do that.
If an abortion happens early enough in like in the first trimester, then the fetus is incapable of experiencing harm or suffering. And if our qualifier for morality is that an immoral action causes unnecessary harm or suffering, if you're not actually causing suffering, then I would say it's probably not immoral ever. But if you wait until the 39th week and then you want to inflict pain on the fetus in some way just because it gratifies you and not because it poses any potential risk to yourself, I think potentially that may be immoral. But the earlier in the pregnancy that we can end, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Here's the follow-up to the question. If a woman gets pregnant and she finds out, again, this is a hypothetical, that the baby is black or gay, and because of that sole reason they want to get an abortion, would that be immoral? So obviously right now we can't find out if it's gay. You could, assume that it's black based on who you slept with.
I think if it's, I would say generally no, it's not. I mean, you're assigning motivation to a woman to say whether it's moral or not. And I think that when we're making laws and allowing or not allowing certain behaviors, I don't think motivation should be a factor that we even consider. I think that we should just, if we're going to allow abortion, I think that we shouldn't necessarily need a qualifier for somebody's motivation to do so.
But I mean,
who gets to decide if someone's motivation is good enough or not? I don't think I'm in any position to make the claim that, oh yeah, your motivation is okay, but this other person's motivation is not okay. So I'm not in any position to make that claim.
Right, but with the hypothetical, it was about immorality. Would you find it immoral for someone to find out, or I don't know, yeah. Let's say they had they find a gay gene. Most people make the argument that people are born gay, right? Let's say they actually find a gene where you can tell, all right, this kid has a 99% chance of being gay based on this gene. The mother is a religious extremist, and they say, I don't want a gay baby, so let's get an abortion.
I think anytime a woman or a pregnant person does not want to carry a pregnancy to term, she should have the ability to terminate the pregnancy.
Is it immoral?
I would say no, it's not immoral.
I was going to say, just trying to put a bow on to it, because I think what Wi-Fi is getting to is about what most people are talking about is potential. So you don't think that there's any immorality surrounding the potential of a human being that could do good or bad, just to try to put it all in perspective before we ask the last super chat.
Yeah, I think that Well, if we're going to call something immoral, it needs to cause unnecessary harm and suffering to a thinking agent. So if a fetus is incapable of experiencing anything, like if it's just an unconscious, it has no experience to even consider, then I don't think we could do anything to it that would qualify as immoral.
I have to push back on that. I'm sorry.
Sure thing.
If my, sorry, I don't, not mine. If somebody's grandmother wrote in her will that after she passed, it was okay to do naughty things to her body for pleasure, could a grandchild do that, and would it be immoral?
Yeah, so I've actually heard this, not this exact question, but this kind of thing brought up before. I would say that, defiling, I call it defiling a corpse, but if she consented beforehand, is it really defiling? I think that that's generally not immoral because it doesn't cause any harm or suffering to anyone because she's already dead. However, I think that if let's say some other loved one that they left behind finds out about this defiling, they could be deeply hurt by it and offended. So, potentially that action could cause emotional suffering to someone else who is still alive. So in that sense, it may be immoral. However, if in this situation where they actually did consent to it, then maybe it's not immoral.
Consistent, but gross.
Well, I was going to ask, do you
what
think
if God
that
says it's okay to do it? Then is it moral?
If there is this natural aversion to death, as humans have it, wouldn't we naturally see that as just abhorrent? Because we're making the example, but all of us are kind of making this face like, yeah, it's kind of not nice.
Well, one thing about when I deconstructed and I left religion, you really do, or I really did have to reevaluate everything I thought was moral and immoral, because I used to just, assume things are good or bad because the Bible says so. But when I no longer had the Bible as a guide, I had to reevaluate, what do I mean by moral and immoral? And then go back on a case-by-case basis and look at every single thing that I thought was good or I thought was bad and determine whether it is actually moral or immoral based on whether it causes harm or suffering to a thinking agent. And in the case with, defiling a corpse, if they consent ahead of time, it's not really causing anyone harm, and especially since they consented to it. If there was a, that's a situation where we want to say it was icky because of our personal bias.
Would you consider it like, based on your moral compass? Would you consider that a good thing based on what they've consented to, or would you say based on like what we discussed earlier in the debate, our natural proclivity to avoid those death situations, that it would still be? Anyway, I want to give you the floor space. I don't want to try to saddle you too much.
Yeah, well, I would just say that if sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought a little bit. If can you repeat the first thing that you just said, Ryan?
Oh, gee. So basically, like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't go down this path. Honestly, it's kind of cringy.
Yeah. Well, we all have, we have this like, oh, it's icky, it's gross. You mentioned the motivation to avoid death or death situations.
Yeah, what I was saying is like, yeah, we have this. We were talking about the natural way that we look at things, and then also like, would this still be looked as something as immoral, or would you say that it is a moral good if somebody's consented to it?
I remember what I was going to say. Yeah. So when you call it a moral good, I think I would reject that. Like, it's not morally virtuous to sleep with a corpse, but it may not be immoral if they consented ahead of time. Now, that is presupposing that this corpse is not riddled with any STIs, or they're not so old that they're starting to collect bacteria or weird sorts of diseases growing on their body. Because then if this living person sleeps with the corpse, then they could potentially carry those negative consequences of disease or STDs over towards somebody else. So they could be potentially spreading harm to other living people. So in that situation, it may be immoral. But if the doctors all analyze the body and say it's clean, go ahead. They consented ahead of time. While I think it's incredibly gross, I just want to make that clear. I have no interest in doing this, but if would I say that it's absolute, or would I say that it's immoral? I don't know as if I could make that claim.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I remember a joke about a character named Bert who used to kick the trees, to make sure there were no bees in the trees before he had his way with them. So when a woman approached him in the forest and said, "Hey, I'd like to have my way with you, Bert," he said, "Okay, lay down, spread your legs wide," and he hauled off and kicked her between the legs. All right, just make sure there's no bees in that hoochie. All right, anyway, I'm just picking. It's just you're reminding me of. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that to you, Wi-Fi. You'll go last for your closing statement, so it's okay. You got a minute to breathe.
All right.
To breathe and get it out. Jed, I'm going to give you your first closing statement. We've had a lot of fun tonight. We've just been kind of just shooting I won't say any more bad language. I'm just going to behave myself. My kids know enough bad language as it is. But we've been shooting it, guys. It's been a lot of fun. You've been very amicable towards each other, giving each other space to make your points. I don't think anybody feels like either of our speakers have been rude on this panel or unnecessarily unkind. So, Jed, you have the first minute to close your thoughts on how our conversation went tonight, and maybe some other things you'd like to debate in the future.
Sure. Yeah. So thanks again, Modern Day Debate, and Ryan for hosting. This was a lot of fun. I'd love to be back on the platform sometime in the future. Thanks, Alex, WifiGospel, for the great debate. You posed some really great questions, and I like being challenged on my beliefs. I don't think anyone should ever have any beliefs that they're not willing to defend. So any claim that I make, if you want to call it out and ask me to debate on a certain topic, I'm always happy to. Whether it comes to whether a God exists or not, I remain unconvinced that any gods exist. Surprise. I think that the argument that my opponent brought forward today relies mostly on presuppositionalism, and it seems very similar to other arguments I've heard in the past, where God is a necessary grounding for logic, he's a grounding for physics or morality, and now he's a grounding for knowledge. But there's no demonstration that God is actually revealing anything to anyone. He's not confirming any of our sense data. All he's doing is, all my opponent is doing is claiming that God allows us to know stuff, but I see no reason or any demonstration that God has actually spoken to or revealed anything to anyone. All it is assertions and a assertion that Christianity or theism is not bound by hard solipsism, which I reject. I think that Christianity and theism are absolutely stuck in the same solipsist hole that I am.
Right. And just before I let you go there, Jed, before all of us let you go, some other debates you might want to have on the channel, stir the pot,
Sure.
pot,
Yeah. So,
other people are watching.
Well, I love this topic, whether a God exists. I'd love to have a debate centered around the morality of the Bible, whether God prioritizes the well-being of humans. It'd be interesting to have a debate about contradictions in the Bible. A big part of my page on Instagram and YouTube is pointing out contradictions within the Bible. The Bible actually has billions of contradictions. So I'm on a mission to point out each one of those billion contradictions. So far, I'm up to 25. So we're making our way to a billion slowly but surely. And any topic related to religion, I'd be happy to discuss. And if I make a claim that you want to challenge, just hit me up and I'm happy to defend it.
Are you mostly interested in debating against Christians, or are you interested in debating against Muslims, polytheists?
Sure, I'll debate any theist. I'm happy to debate Muslims, Mormons, Scientologists. Now, granted, I grew up as a Christian, so I'm most familiar with Christian theology. So if somebody did challenge me to a debate on, say, Mormonism or even Islam, I definitely have to put in more work than I normally do in preparation for a debate. I mean, I prepare for every debate, of course, but some topics I'm more well-versed in than others, but I would debate any theist.
Nothing like a good challenge, right, Jed?
Absolutely.
So maybe we'll get you back for, something that's out of your ball field, but we'll try to keep it in your field as well. but it sounds like you're not afraid of a challenge for sure. So that's great. We're going to hand it back over to Wi-Fi Gospel to make their closing statement. But I feel like I messed up earlier with my Dio quote. I mean, out of all the quotes from Holy Diver, and we're here having a debate, I should have said, between the velvet lies, there's a truth as hard as steel. All right, Wi-Fi Gospel. 1 minute on the floor. Let everybody know what you thought of this discussion and maybe some other topics you'd like to discuss in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ryan. It was nice to meet you, although I feel weird always saying meet you when it's through Zoom calls and stuff. But hey, we live in the internet age, so nice to meet you. Thank you for hosting the debate. Nice to meet you, Jed. I've been following your Instagram for about, I think a month or two. We've had a little bit of back and forth in the comments, which is always weird. Like the vibe never gets shifted in the comments. It's always more hostile in the comment section on Instagram. But I think we had a good talk. I appreciate the conversation. I don't think that Jed actually provided any defeaters for the arguments I made. We really didn't get into the syllogisms themselves that much, although we did spend a lot of time on if knowledge is possible under atheism, which is the crux of the argument. Like I said earlier, when I steelmanned his position, the definition of knowledge that you just have a highly confident belief, the reason that loses you a debate like this is because I can say, I know that God exists simply because I have a highly confident belief in him. In my opinion, that's the end of the debate right there. I do think there's a definition that will work for you that is more similar, that's more philosophically sound. I would say go research some epistemologists in that sense.
Before you run out of time, let everybody know what other topics you'd like to debate. I got one other super chat that I think we missed too. So some other topics you'd like to debate right quick there, Wi-Fi.
Yeah. And real quick, last sentence. Also, the I think therefore I am has been debunked so many times. Go look up Bertrand Russell, who's an atheist, who debunked it. Because originally Descartes was a Christian. So
that might be a debate topic in itself, you know. I think
maybe.
therefore I am debunked, right?
Yeah.
Wi-Fi Gospel versus who, right?
Or I would get some real Discord sophists out here for that one. But
well, I did.
Yeah.
I did have one other question that I think I may have missed, so you can correct me if I'm wrong. But I'd seen it earlier in the chat that somebody said I missed this one. So Justin Henley said, "Can God bring all the people he had horribly deleted into heaven? How would that be immoral?" So, can God bring all the people he had horribly deleted, so I guess sent to hell, into heaven? How would that be immoral?
Yeah, I think what it's really getting at is, do the ends justify the means? So if God takes someone into heaven, then is he morally justified in slaughtering them here on earth in the most brutal way that we can possibly imagine? You know, I think towards some of these stories in Deuteronomy 20, you know, from the perspective of a Canaanite, where you're just eating dinner peacefully with your family, and then suddenly these savage Israelites kick in your door, and then they start stabbing your parents with spears while you have to watch, and then they slit your throat last. Is all of that morally justified if you get to live in paradise with the God who commanded it in the first place justified? I'd say no. That's the last person I'd ever want to spend eternity with, is the person who commanded the slaughter of my family. I mean, this God is atrocious. I'd want nothing to do with him. So no, it's not moral.
All right. Final thoughts there, Wi-Fi, for this super chatter, and then I'm gonna definitely let you guys go. You've been awesome.
Would you then also say that the ends don't justify the means in a surgery? Because stabbing somebody without that context is immoral. But if you stab them in order to fix them, it seems like the ends justifies the means. Also, abortion and what's better for society, Christianity or secularism, are two topics I want to focus on and would love to debate with anybody, including Jed.
Yeah, just to answer that question really quick. When you say, you know, in these two situations, like stabbing a surgeon, stabbing someone in order to fix them, versus God stabbing someone in order to send them to heaven, the two end results are completely different. So in one situation, it's a person doing everything they can to save a life. And in the other situation, it's someone commanding the slaughter of someone intentionally ending a life. So I think these are completely polar opposites. And it's also interesting, why would a God want to kill someone if he's just going to put them in paradise afterwards? If they're so evil that they deserve to die, why would they be good enough to enter heaven?
Want me to answer that? No.
For sure. He's asking a question.
Sorry.
So if you want to respond, I know we're probably getting a little tired here, but
No, I didn't know if you wanted to because you had said the last thing, but yeah,
I'm not scared of going a little longer. I'm just sad that you already had your closing statements before we got to this. But
No
you know,
worries.
let's just bounce this question and then we'll get you guys out of here. And I will let the audience know that Yerba Mate. I'm gonna route you guys over there. That's Max's channel. He's doing an after show, and he's a very loyal mod to Modern Day Debate. So highly recommend you check it out. They're going to be having some after show commentary, and you can join them on their panel. It's very open. So go ahead there, Wi-Fi. I don't want to throw you off.
No, I would just say that it matches the theme of the night, where just because you don't see a good enough reason for God to do something, and not even saying that that's exactly how it goes, but just because you don't understand why God would do something doesn't mean that it's a bad reason for God to do something. It almost, all right. There's like an analogy that I've been working on. I don't know if it's good or not, but it's like, I know how to build. Like, if you give me a bunch of wood and all the tools in a YouTube video, I could build a decent shed in my backyard, right? But then if I go downtown to the city in my state and I see a skyscraper being built, and I marched up to the guy who is like the head project manager of the entire building, and I said, "Hey, it looks like you're doing this over here, and it's like you're not doing this right. You're not handling this project right." I'd probably get punched in the face and thrown out. Like, it just seems like the height of arrogance to me. If there is this God and you're questioning his moral justifications for what he does, it seems like a similar situation to me.
Yeah, so I don't think any authority figure should ever be held to such a high level, a high esteem, that we are no longer able to question them. So certainly there are engineers in charge of projects who do make mistakes and do build structurally unsound projects. This is why buildings sometimes collapse, bridges collapse, because humans are flawed. And any analogy you make where a human authority is unquestionable is going to be flawed, because every single human is operating under, we all make mistakes. All of us can, make bad choices, and we all can be ignorant or fumble around in certain situations. And I think to ever assume that anyone, including a God, is perfect and beyond question is incredibly dangerous.
I mean, it's like, all right, maybe another engineer going towards this other engineer and pointing something out is reasonable. But me, who built probably a shed that won't last half the length it's supposed to off of a YouTube video, and doing that, you don't see how that could be arrogant?
I think that even the smartest people in a particular field could learn something from someone who doesn't know as much as they do, or maybe someone who doesn't know as much could point out a mistake in their work. I think that the engineer who thinks he knows everything and, oh, how dare you question anything I do, I'm the expert, I think he's the one being arrogant. And I think he should humble himself and be open to the possibility that someone who may not know as much as him could catch something that he didn't.
Okay.
Sounds like that's a great place to end this debate. I figured that these fellows are going to be back eventually, maybe not for just a 1v1, but for a 2v2, with some topics regarding specific theology. It sounds like, like I say, you guys you scratch the surface. I really feel like it, because if they hadn't, they'd get way more spicier. I promise you. Yeah, I can see there's some passion for the arguments specifically, but these guys got to do the Does God Exist tonight. I have a feeling, like I say, both WifiGospel and Flying Spaghetti Auditor Jed is going to be back for another debate. We're going to try to get you guys back together, just because I enjoyed the energy tonight. I think our audience did too. So we are gonna close it out, but there is an after show, not through Modern Day Debate, with Max, who's one of our mods. Like I said, he's very loyal to the channel, so we want to help promote and respect the things that he does for us. So yeah, check that out. It's Yerba Mate. And I'll send that link to you guys live as well if you would like to partake their Wi-Fi Gospel and Jed and join in. I'm going to get something to eat. I probably will do that before I jump in there if I do. So once again, hit the like and subscribe. We really appreciate it. And we'll see you next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ryan.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I was going to say, oh, man, I'm half like burnt out from last night still. Oh, my God. You guys were so good, though. Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Honestly.
it. Thank you for having
Always.
us.
Yeah, I was gonna say last night it was just like I got to second set and I was doing Kashmir, Led Zeppelin, and I was like, I'm not gonna make it, man. And then we had another set after that where we did a whole bunch of other stuff. So, like I said, I got home really late last night, and yeah, you guys made this really easy on me, so I appreciate that, honestly. Yeah, so you guys are both in America. Are you? Are you able to make it out to the debate?
Yeah. What's up, guys? I posted the link if anybody wants to join and talk. I got like 20 minutes. If not, I'll just say hi to you guys in chat. That's fine. I thought that went pretty well. I was getting some lore behind the scenes, but I had to mute up. Let me read some of these chats. No, you're muted. This is hilarious. I'll smoke a Talmudist in a debate. Not gonna lie, that's gonna be my new tagline. It's gonna be smoking a vape. Like, I'll smoke a Talmudist. By the way, not gonna lie. Dude, I started hitting my vape and it started tasting like plastic. I don't think that's good. No worries. I might not stay on for long. If anybody doesn't hop in, I've been live for 4 hours. I didn't realize 31, and I have something to do for work that's going to keep me up for like another 2 hours. So that'll be fun. Yeah. You could tell like with his debate with Jim Bob, he knew a lot about evolution. But philosophically, he just doesn't know the terms. He doesn't understand the ideas. Like, he doesn't really get. Oh, here he is. It's Pisceos, right?
Yeah, that would be me, man. What's up?
What's up? Nice to put some audio, put a voice to the. No, yeah, put a voice to the name. That's what I meant. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in my truck right now, and I don't have any lights.
You're good.
But yeah, dude, this debate was incredible. I think it was definitely one of your best debates. I like how both of you were friendly, and surprisingly, the Reddit atheist guy wasn't spurging out like that flat earther or the flat earth debater.
Yeah. And
know?
if you see his Instagram, I mean, I knew once I saw him debate because he did a debate with Jim Bob recently. Did you see that, the evolution one?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, and with that one, I could tell I was like, all right, he's gonna be a friendly guy. But his Instagram is just full of rage bait. So I was like, he's gonna be a spicy guy. But you want to see some of him? I'll pull him up.
Oh, definitely, dude. Let's see the rage bait. Most atheists on Instagram, all they do is rage bait.
Yeah,
and because that's how you get the likes and the comments and all that.
And
But
honestly,
yeah, dude,
none of them will
it was
debate.
honest. Yeah, and that's
So
the
props to
problem
this
is
guy.
like, yeah, his name is pretty funny though.
Yeah. All right, let's see. I can pull it up here. Do you
Sorry if
drive
my
for work?
audio is bad.
No, it's fine. Do you drive for work, or are you driving to like a job site?
So I pick up garbage around my city. So I have to
Okay.
drive my truck to and from the different complexes and use my truck to put trash in the back and throw it into a compactor and other stuff.
Gotcha. That's for the city or private business?
So I work for a private contractor that does contracts for the apartment complexes. So I'm the middleman
Nice.
between the apartment and the city.
Yeah. So like, this is like a property management company.
Yeah.
No?
So it's the company that the property manager sends. Like they sign a contract basically saying, like, they agree to allow us to pick up their trash if their trash is a certain way. So I basically say we're the middleman because we don't work for the complex. We work for another company that is paid by the complexes to allow us to work.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Here's some.
Is it supposed to be audio? Because I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
Yeah, I can't hear it.
Anybody in chat here? Can you hear it?
See if I can get the camera so you can actually see my face.
Oh, I didn't hit the audio. There he is. All right.
Feet washed by others.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah, girl, use your
This is this type of stuff he posts.
made God in his image, which explains why God has a massive foot fetish. Jesus never had sex, but he got his rocks off by washing people's feet and having his feet washed by others. Oh yeah, girl, use your hair. Some scholars interpret washing the feet as a euphemism for having sex, which definitely puts a new spin on the story. Feet are used as a euphemism for private bits and sex all throughout the entire Bible. After impregnating Bathsheba, King...
Yeah, there's not even any more to go. Like, that's the kind of stuff he posts.
Bro, this is like 2016, like Reddit, like new atheist tier shit, bro.
Yeah,
The
so when I
funniest
first...
thing... Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, so I thought the funniest thing was that he kept quoting Matt Dillamonkey, and I was like, bro, like he hasn't been relevant since like 2020 when he was smoked out by Andrew. That's
Yeah.
the funniest thing.
He has no idea about all of that stuff. I could
Wow.
tell talking to him backstage. Yeah, not a hero you want to have as an atheist in 2025.
Yeah. But I just have no idea like how he could live under a rock, because he literally just came with like the Reddit tier like 2016 to like 2020 level arguments that all have been literally debunked like hundreds of times by every Protestant debater there is, or Christian debater, I mean.
Yeah,
Not just Protestant, but
it was pretty bad. I mean, he was a nice enough guy, but the arguments were not there at all.
yeah, and he seems like a really intelligent young man. I just think, he's been, let me just turn off my, but I just think he's been misled, and hopefully God will, take him and bring him back. Because I really think, if he is introduced to Orthodoxy and he starts reading some of our apologetics, maybe he'll, see the logic in them, but who knows?
Yeah, I've heard Jim Bob say this before, and he's like, he almost doesn't fault people from deconstructing from the type of church that Jed went to. Like, he understands, like, you see the things that are wrong, and that starts your deconstruction. It's just they need to be introduced to orthodoxy.
Yeah, 100%. Like, once you're introduced, like, I was a non-denominational Protestant, then went atheist for a little while, but then once I got introduced to, it was really Catholicism that really did it for me, because Catholicism was, it's a meme, but Catholicism is really sciencey.
Yeah,
but,
like evidential.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but once you're introduced to like Catholicism and Orthodoxy and really high church stuff, it's kind of impossible to ignore, and like the Reddit tier arguments no longer work.
Yeah, for sure. For me, it was, you hear a lot church history, but I did a debate against an atheist, and I had to do a lot of studying of like the first century church and the second century church, and like the continuity that was there, because his claim was that Christianity was invented by Rome as a psyop for the Jews. And
was that like Tom Jump, or that like Low Tiersberg, or
it was Jeff for Truth, who was a TikTok guy that I debated, and then me and Jim Bob did a debate against him and a guy named Michael Virgilio. That was fun. But yeah, he so I had to, like, my argument was basically that Paul's letters were written to churches in Rome before 70 AD, which is when he claimed that the church started. Like Rome started the church in 70 AD.
yeah.
Wait, I'm muted?
Nah, you're good on my end.
Not muted, Randy. You're muted. He said I'm muted.
But yeah, that's very like low tier stuff. Like that's
Yeah.
a lot of that comes from the Da Vinci Code. Do you remember that book and movie? A lot of that comes from like that fictional story about how like Constantine, he made Christianity during the Nicene Council, and that is actually something that Protestants use a lot against Catholics and Orthodox. So it's kind of like baked into low church, atheist and non-dominational people.
Yeah, that makes sense. There was another guy too who he made a documentary called like Caesar's Rome or Caesar's something. Is it Caesar's Rome? Let me see. Caesar's Messiah. And that's like kind of the same thing, but Jeff went even further. I forget like how far he went, but the whole idea was that Paul wrote to a church in Rome that existed before 70 AD. Therefore, the church that would have received this letter would have received it after 70 AD, and then they would have known, well, our church didn't exist before 70 AD, so that just wouldn't be possible. But I
just don't understand how like people can come up with these theories when it's so. Sorry about that. I don't know how people can come up with these theories when it's so baked into history that like Rome hated Christianity. Like they blamed Christians for nearly everything that went wrong for like 3 whole centuries. So it's really funny when they try and go back and say, well, Rome made up Christians when they were killing like hundreds of Christians every month, every year for 300 years.
Yeah, so it's like Rome created a psyop after they completely destroyed the Jews, but they just wanted to be sure. So they created a psyop that in turn created 10 times more problems than it solved for them. That makes sense. His way of getting around that was saying that all of the martyrdom was fake.
I just don't see how you can believe that when we literally have the bodies, of these people.
It was one of my first debates. Yeah, it was one of my first debates, so there was definitely a lot I could have done better looking back on it. But if you want to watch, it's a short one. It's 45 minutes on my channel. I have a playlist for all my debates. It's in there.
I've been watching a lot of your content more recently because like I've seen you here and there on like Sarah's channel and then on MDE. So I was like, well, I kind of like this guy, so I'm going to watch him a bit more. And today I was like very impressed because today I was like, man, like this is like one of the best debates I've seen on this topic in a long while. Because normally the not to be disrespectful to the theists, but normally theists aren't very good at arguing, and that's what I really don't think a lot of theists should debate. But it's like it's either the atheist is very bad and spurgy, or the theist is just too nice and not assertive. Like I believe it was yesterday they had a debate between the flat Earth debater and like this new Christian debater, but
Craig and Anthony.
And he just didn't assert himself like he should have.
Yeah,
and Craig is just a spurg.
Yeah, so when you mix the non-assertiveness with the spurg, it's over because the Protestant usually theist doesn't want to be mean, but at the same time, like you got to set the guy straight. I mean, I was a Protestant for 10 years, and that niceness of like being nice is loving, which just isn't true. Obviously, you're not supposed to be a dick, but I haven't I'm still clawing that out of me. Andrew Wilson reviewed one of my debates when I had with Mark Reed, and that's the thing. He's like, "You're too fucking nice. Stop it." Like, all right. But yeah, it's Craig. I had a debate with Craig, and honestly, it was good because I had a friend with me named Joel Sedekase, who you might have seen on one of my streams, but he actually matched Craig's energy really well. It was actually pretty funny.
Yeah. That's what I like about a lot of the new school Christian debaters is they're not ashamed to be assertive. And that's what I felt for like the longest time. Christians were so, we're going to be meek, we're going to be like Jesus and be so nice. But you got to realize that even Jesus, when he was talking to the Pharisees, he was going hard. He was going hard in the paint. It's pretty epic.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew makes a point all the time where he's like, Jesus calling the Pharisees whitewashed tombs would have elicited much stronger emotions from those men than me calling you an asshole on the street.
Yeah.
Like that. And those are like, I'm going to kill you words.
Yeah. I mean, I was debating this guy. Well, not really debating. Me and him were kind of like arguing. in a Telegram group, and he was like, "Man, them are fighting words, Sonny. Them are fighting words." And I was like, "Okay, Grandpa, go take your like schizo meds, okay?"
Yeah,
But yeah, that's how it is for a long time. Like Christ, I mean, you look at how he appeared to even the apostles. Like he said, "You have so little faith. How when will I be rid of you, people of so little faith?" And you're just like, man. Like
yeah.
that kind of crushed me, like as a Protestant, when I was like reading the Gospels, like back when I was getting back into it, and I was like, man, Jesus is kind of a mean guy in like Matthew. I mean, he's just constantly going on about how unfaithful these people are.
Yeah.
But then you realize how, despite that, he, gave them the keys to the kingdom and helped them so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir. Yeah, what did you think? What did you think of the knowledge definition?
I think that was one of the funniest things I've heard all week, dude. I'm like, so your basis for knowledge is that I believe it to be so, basically.
Yeah, I really
believe it to an extent. Like it was so funny. Like I believe you trapped him one time where you were like, couldn't I just say that about me believing in God? And he was like, oh no, because then you would have to do this. And I was just like, bro.
Yeah, he said you could be wrong. And he's like, I think you can know things that are wrong. And I was like, that's wild. It's almost, so I used to play a lot of Fortnite, right? And there was this thing that the guys I used to play with, we used to talk about, where it's like, if you play someone who knows what they're doing, you could use this analogy with like basketball or any sport too. If you play someone who knows what they're doing, you're going to read them a certain way. And you're going to say, if I do this, they're going to do this counter move. And then I'm going to plan this counter to their counter move. And that's how I'm going to win. But when you play against somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, you try to do that and they don't do what you think they're going to do because they actually don't know how to play. They don't know the right move to do. So then it's almost like it throws you for a loop. So sometimes when you're debating, I feel that way, where it's like when you're debating someone who really doesn't know the issues, like sometimes they throw you for a loop because they're like, wait, you're not supposed to say that. That's just wrong.
Yeah, it reminds me of, so I used to be a Marvel Comics and DC guy, and maybe you know about this, but Deadpool as a character, he would go against a person named Taskmaster. And Taskmaster could know exactly what the person was going to do, and that's how he would defeat him. Like he could defeat like Captain America very easily because he knew like how a Marine in World War II would fight. But when Deadpool would fight Taskmaster, Deadpool would just breakdance in the middle of fighting him, and Taskmaster just wouldn't understand. Like, you're not supposed to do that. Like, how am I supposed to fight against a guy that I can't understand what he's going to do next? And that's kind of what's analogy. Like. And that's what it's like debating. Like, excuse me for saying this, but debating a retard. I mean, you have to go hard in the paint. You know.
Yeah, you have
to like drag them along.
Be a bigger retard.
Yeah, you have to drag them along like a dog. You know. Okay, little Timmy. So you're supposed to say this. You can't weasel out. Like what I really dislike was during the hypotheticals, he found a way to weasel his way out of the hypotheticals when you're not supposed to answer that way. You're supposed to answer the hypothetical. You're given the hypothetical. You're supposed to answer it.
Yeah.
Even if it's.
And there are like some hypotheticals that can be, I don't know if it's bad faith or just, like really absurd hypotheticals that sometimes, they're not like, they're obviously gotchas and they may not be conducive to the conversation. But in my experience, the best thing to do in that situation, instead of weaseling out of it, is just bite the bullet and say, yeah, but in your hypothetical, this is why it's so absurd.
Yeah, and that's what I don't like about some atheist debaters like Craig. Like he'll go, man, your hypothetical is so stupid. I'm not even going to answer it. I'm like,
yeah,
no, just bite the bullet and then explain why it's stupid.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
That's what I like that Destiny does. Destiny, the Kumar Gremlin himself. Like he always like if he's trapped, he'll bite the bullet, but he'll go, well, I don't care that I bite the bullet because this is my morality and this is the way that I believe, and it makes him look like a demon, which I believe he is. But he always biting bullets, and it's very funny to see.
It's almost like this. It's like if I ask you hypothetically, if you were wrong about everything you claim to know, or if you were wrong about all your positions and you knew you were wrong, would you change your position? Like, the only answer is, yeah, dude, I
Yeah.
would, obviously. But when you try to weasel out of that, it just looks bad for you.
Yeah, that's why like hypotheticals are really good because it tests your worldview in a way that kind of like it wouldn't be tested in like real life.
Yeah.
Like this is kind of like where I feel like Christianity is kind of lost because the hypotheticals that used to be given to us, like would you die for your faith? Like Christians have died for our faith every single century for like since Christ died on the cross.
Yeah.
Like I believe like
absolutely.
months after Christ died on the cross, one of the apostles was stoned to death by Jews.
Yeah.
So that's not really a bad hypothetical. I would just say, yeah, I would die for my God, and I don't believe that's wrong.
Right. Yeah. If God gave me the grace and the ability to stand for my faith in that way, absolutely, I would. So I don't know how it got here, but Ryan kind of got bored of the knowledge topic and pushed us into different directions. And I can't believe he did bite the bullet on the grandma thing.
Well,
Did
I
you
mean,
catch
like
that? Yeah.
yeah, and the thing is like I think him doing that is kind of symbolizing that he is like in his worldview he's honest, which I think a lot of atheists are not, and a lot of
Yeah.
people who hold to his stance of morality are not actually honest with themselves. Like this was a problem back in the day when this argument was actually thought of. I believe like it was Zen Shapiro or Andrew that came up with that argument first.
Yeah, that's
And
where I heard it from.
all of the atheists would always go like, well, no, because this and that thing, and then they would add on to the hypothetical. Well, if nobody was harmed, if they wanted it to happen, and then it was
Yeah.
either they bite the bullet or they would be internally dishonest. So I commend, Job for being internally honest, but it makes his position look like absurd, like it is,
But that was like one of the only times he bit the bullet, because I asked him about, like, if someone found out their child was black and they wanted to abort them just for that, would that be immoral? And he wouldn't like answer us straight, and he wouldn't even say it was immoral. But it's like, if I said I owned a coffee shop and I refused to give coffee to black people, all of a sudden that's immoral. But killing my child because it's not black, because it's black, is not immoral. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, the problem is that when it comes to the abortion debate, they have a completely different mindset than to every other realm of morality that they have. So it's like once you start getting into the abortion, suddenly, well, God commanding to kill children is actually okay as long as it's in the mother's womb.
Yeah, that's what I should have said. Because, dude, it's such a good parallel to the God killing babies things.
Yeah,
I gotta find out how to use it better that way.
Yeah, because like that's what I always thought is always a good argument. Because once they start talking about violence in the Old Testament, it's over, because if you believe in abortion, what's actually wrong with killing a child if it's outside the womb? Like you're okay with killing it while it's inside the womb, but the moment it comes out, it's fine to smash against the head. It's not okay to smash it against a rock, but everything else is fine.
Yeah, and it's so weird. It's like the whole baby living in your body without consent. Like, just talk, like, dude, this is your child. Like, are you, like, do you not understand? Like, you're talking about your child this way. Like, it's like if I were like, well, don't I have a right to kick my kids out of my house because I don't want them here anymore? It's like, I guess so. Like, in America, you could just like give your kids up for adoption if you just don't want them anymore for no reason. But like, that's not moral. Nobody's gonna say like, good job, I'm glad you did, I'm glad you got rid of those kids.
Yeah, man, fuck them kids. Those kids are annoying as fuck. But I think it just comes with him being a younger guy. He's probably not married. He's probably not in a long relationship.
He said he didn't have kids. Yeah.
Yeah, like once you have kids, it really changes your perspective. Unless you're a demon like Destiny, and then you just bite the bullet and say, "Yeah, I would have killed my kid. I would rather have him die." Like, that's
well, I'm
awful.
sure he wishes that now with all the Twitter drama.
Yeah, that's hilarious. But yeah, it's kind of weird.
What's up, Mill?
Like when you get down to it, like the violence in the Old Testament is completely like debunked once they get into what they consider to be moral violence. Like, would they be okay with killing all the Nazis in Nuremberg? Like, would God be justified in completely wiping out the Nazi regime and like fireballs? Like, is that
Yeah.
okay? Or because that's basically what happened. Like, if you actually read like what these tribes were doing, they were literally sacrificing children onto altars. And you're gonna tell me like it wasn't okay for the Israelites to kill them, but it's okay to hang Nazis in Nuremberg?
Right.
Like,
Yeah. It's because it's always that was I kept saying that was the theme of the night, is that Jed could find. Did I call? Was it? I think I called him Jeb a couple times. I don't know, but Jed could
I've been calling him
find.
Jeff in the chat, so
Jed kept finding reasons or excuses for him doing things that he was condemning God for doing and saying, there's no way God could have a reason to do this, but I could have a reason to do it in a certain context. Sure.
that's one of the points where I really loved your argumentation, where you were like, well, listen, you have finite knowledge. You don't know everything. Even in the Bible, like things are purposely left out of the Bible. That's why we have, oral tradition in the Orthodox Church, where we have things that were oral translated throughout the Old Testament into the New. So how could you say that, oh, well, I look at the Bible and I see that God didn't really have a reason? Well, there's oral traditions of why God did this thing. Like, how do you know for certain that it was immoral?
Yeah.
And that was one of the points where I thought you really hit him hard with that, and he couldn't weasel himself out of that like very easily.
Yeah, that makes sense, because it was just his opinion, and it was just like, well, I think it's wrong. So, all right, so what? Who cares?
I believe one of the worst aspects of his portion of the debate was definitely his opening statement, because I think he came prepared for another debate with another debater. And when he came with his opening statement, he started talking about Christianity, the Old Testament, all this other stuff that you didn't even mention in your opening statement. Like, you even mentioned that we're not talking about Christianity. Even if the God of the Bible didn't exist, that's not the claim I'm making. The claim I'm making today is that God, this entity, that produces knowledge and knowledge claims, that does exist. I'm not arguing for Christianity in this debate. So him continuing to go down the Christianity route was kind of, I believe it was I believe it was intentionally dishonest on his part, but maybe he just had the opening statement and didn't want to change it based on yours.
Yeah, and part of that too is I remember when I was first taking debates, especially like, he went on Sarah the Raging Tomato, and then he got invited to Modern Day Debate. And so obviously Modern Day Debate and Sarah's channel are amazing. I love debating on both of them. But once you debate on them a few times, it becomes a normal thing to do. But before you do that, the first time you debate on it, it's very exciting, right? You're in front of this new audience and you got all these people who are watching you, depending on what the debate is. And then, so like, you're just like happy to be there. So you're like, yeah, I'll debate whoever just set it up. And so you don't pick apart your premise, your prompts as much. So like, I knew going into it, I'm not going to, like, this is a general theist argument. And I don't necessarily love doing that. It is, a little bit easier to do. But like going into that, I don't know. I mean, based on his opening, he kind of hit Christianity a little bit, but he did, know I was going to run tag at least. He did a little bit of research,
Yeah.
And Mill says, was his name not Jeb? Haha, oops. Yeah, it's I think it was Jed. It was Jed, not Jeb. But I think I might have even called him Jeb a few times.
So I use voice. So because of my working, I can't like type that much. So I use my voice.
Yeah,
Okay. For that, I kind of, when I kept saying his name, it just came out as Jeff in the chat.
Jeff.
Yeah. He does look like a Jeff, to be honest. He does look like a Jeff.
That's funny. Yeah, nice Irish boy. The ginger hair. Named Jeff. I can see it.
But yeah, I think it just kind of seemed weird to me that he sounded like one of those Catholics that becomes atheist, where he was like, well, I went to Catholic school, so I know everything about the Catholic Church. Like, he sounded that way when he said, well, I was a Christian for 20 years and I prayed a lot and all this other stuff. And you can't tell me that my belief wasn't true. I'm like, well, I'm not trying to tell you that your belief wasn't true. I just think you were stupid. You know, you actually weren't introduced to Christianity as the true form, which is Orthodox. You know?
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. Anyway, dude, I see you're getting tired, and I gotta go continue working. So I'm thinking of heading out. You have a great day.
What do
I
you
sent a
work, like third
message.
shift?
Yeah, I work nights. I work from 7 p.m. till like 2 or 3 in the morning, at least on a Sunday.
Okay. So it's like half second, half third shift.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But I sent you a message on Discord. It was just, basically some of the stuff I told you here. But you have a great day, brother. And I'm happy you're entering into the Orthodox Church. May God continue to guide your footsteps, and may you and your family enter it with grace and loving of
Yeah,
God.
pray for us, man, because I took my wife to the first liturgy she's been to. I've been to about 5, but I took her to the first one and she did not like it. She really likes the non-denominational church we're at. She doesn't necessarily understand the differences, so I'm working on her, but it's going to be a long journey for us.
Yeah, dude. And, that's how it is. I was a single guy, and I'm still single, but I went to the Orthodox Church and I didn't have to worry about anybody else. So it didn't take me that long. But, for you have a family, you have everything else to worry about. But on Discord, just send me your guys' names and I'll pray for you. I'm actually going up to a monastery for a couple months. So I'll pray for you guys every single day, and I'll tell the monks to pray for you as well.
Dude, that would be awesome. I appreciate
May your
it, man.
wife's
God
heart
bless.
be changed.
Yeah,
God bless
thank you
too,
so
Wi-Fi.
much. Yeah, nice to meet you,
You're
man.
welcome, brother. It's
Have a
good
good
to
night.
meet you too, man. If I have the ability, I'll hop on here again if you're doing this again after another debate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, brother, love you, man. May God
Love
bless
you,
you
bro.
and your wife.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
You got it, brother.
Peace. He was a cool guy. I think I saw him. Where did I see him? In my last debate, or in a chat in general. I think I was in Jim Bob's chat and I saw him. Daedalus, I almost set up a prayer corner in the home, and then I just got sidetracked. I don't know why I didn't do it. I got to do that. Lord have mercy. My wife was Episcopalian, and she won't accept anything else now. Like she was Episcopalian, now she's Orthodox, and she won't accept anything else now, right? If so, that's awesome. Keep talking about it with her. Yeah, I got to be careful, man, because yes, I'll 100% I'll keep talking to her about it. But I was such a hard Calvinist for 10 years, and she followed me down that route. Like, we didn't end up at a Calvinist church, but she kind of accepted the Calvinist worldview in a sense. And obviously I regret that, but I think as long as I continue learning and continue showing her what orthodoxy is, I mean, genuinely speaking, I feel so much closer to God when I come home from liturgy and I actually feel like I worshiped God. And I hate talking smack about Protestantism. And I'm not on a crusade against Protestantism at all. But going to liturgy and experiencing God in that way, it really does, I really do feel more connected to God when I do that. And it's hard to go back to the Protestant church. And I feel so weird leaving my wife and kids at the Protestant church to go to liturgy. Mill, no worries, man. Yeah, we can talk. I honestly don't know too much about Islam other than some arguments that I've heard against it. But I'm always willing to talk, man. And not gonna lie, bro, I'd smoke a Talmudist, bro. That's my new tagline. Shout out Randy. That was so random. I'm getting off now, Mill, but it would just honestly be the Islamic dilemma, which I'm sure you heard. I'm sure you've heard. But yeah, yes, not baptized. Still, praise God. That's awesome. She's a catechumen. That's why I say it's going to be a long journey, because I don't know how I'm going to feel. Like, I know I can be an inquirer and still attend. Like, I can go to liturgy once a month. I can go to some vespers, some pre-sanctified liturgies or other services and participate, and maybe even go to, I don't know if I can go to catechumen classes. But once I become a catechumen, I don't think, I mean, maybe my priest would allow it for the situation, but I don't think generally you can go to Protestant worship after you become a catechumen. Am I right about that, Randy? So yes, you can. I'm assuming that was about going to catechumen classes as an inquirer. But yeah, so no, once you become a catechumen, generally speaking, you're not allowed to go to Protestant worship or Protestant services. Yeah. So like, because to be honest, like, you know, if I was a single man, I'd probably be a catechumen already, or, you know, however, if the priest thought it was okay. Like, I would be willing to be a catechumen already. But yeah, it's gonna be tough with, I mean, the kids don't like it because it's very easy on Sunday to go into class and you're coloring and all that. But going to Sunday liturgy, they're like every 5 minutes, they're like, Dad, what time is it? And then after they ask a question, they flick their brother in the head. So there's that too. But I mean, that's easy. I can deal with that. I can force my kids to go. Just get my wife there to participate. I'm not asking you to become Muslim. We can't do that. However, your internal guidance system is very solid. What's a little tweak? Not in error, but in direction of degree. In error, but in direction of degrees. Well, I appreciate the kind words, Mill. But yeah, the Islamic dilemma. Like, how would you solve the Islamic dilemma? Because I haven't heard like a great answer to it. But thank you for watching, Mill. Appreciate it. Forge the path. I'll have to. I have to. As a father, as a husband, I have to do that. Even if it's going to be hard. It is going to be hard. But that is my duty. All good, brother. Just continue to live the faith, making the prayer corners, like bringing the church home. Get the little ones to help in lighting candles and incense. Yeah, they'll love to do that. And honestly, one thing I have done, Randy, one thing I have done is I do pray and read the Bible with them a lot, and so they do like to pray most of the time. And I read a lot of Proverbs to them. But that was one thing. The first time we went to liturgy, their heads were just like looking at all the icons on the walls and everything. They were like, whoa. So first liturgy was easy. They were just captured. And they didn't act up that much. And we spent like an hour and a half in liturgy. It was great. After that, though, they weren't as shocked coming in and seeing all the icons. Incense reminds me, I used to go over my cousins all the time, and his mom was like a hippie, and she would just have incense burning all over the house. But I loved the smell of incense. So it's like nostalgic. Is smokeless incense okay, or is that like gay? Can I do smokeless incense in the house? Gay. Knew it. Knew it. I knew. Why did I even ask? I already knew the answer. Daedalus got my back. One time, want to hear a funny story before I go? So 99% of the parishes near me are all Greek Orthodox. And I know there's like different Greek Orthodox, right? Like, or different organizations. I'm not sure how to word that. But we went in, I'm pretty sure this is because of the incense, but I went into, there's a beautiful, massive Greek Orthodox church right next to my house. They do half the service in Greek. But it's like a huge dome, and it seats like 500 people. It's massive. It's beautiful. And I'm sitting in the back row, and I have all three of my kids with me. I'm by myself, and I have my middle child right here, right? And I'm standing up and down as they ask, right? And then he just looks at me and goes, "I don't feel good," and just pukes all over me. That was about like 40 minutes in. I was like, all right, well, I'll try again next week. That was fun. Yeah. And it was like one of those pukes where, like, you know, you puke and then you feel great after. He was like, "Can we go to the park now?" I was like, "Of course. Yeah, we can go to the park." Yeah, I wonder if it was like me standing up and down so much, or if it was just like the incense, or I don't know. He's my problem child when it comes to like eating and stuff. He's the kid who like eats rarely, and it's peanut butter and jelly and chicken nuggets. So, you know, who knows what's going on in that stomach. But yeah, hey, I appreciate all of you guys. I love talking to you. I'm going to go to bed. I got work in like 4 hours. Hopefully I wake up. I have something to do too. I don't think I'm going to do it. But yeah, dude, Randy, I'll tell you. My favorite part of liturgy is the kids doing random shit and no one freaks out about it. Every time I've been to an Orthodox church, every one of them, they see that I get like a little stressed out, like keeping the kids under control. And they'll come up to me like, "Oh, the kids are so beautiful. Thank you so much for coming. Don't worry, but they're being great." Like, they all come up to me and say stuff like that. It's really cool. They definitely make it like no big deal. Yeah. And dude, like, why don't you want your kids worshiping with you? That's like, and that's how I see, like, in the Protestant churches, it's really just about education. Like, that's the main thing in a Protestant worship service is education. And it's like, I love studying. I love learning things about the Bible. But especially when the services are catered to most people, once you get to a certain level of understanding of the scriptures, like, then you start to realize, like, wait, what am I doing here just learning all these things? Like, this is about worshiping God. What does that mean? Like, those questions come. Yeah, public schools of worship. Yeesh. No lie detected. But yeah, have a good night, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. Talk to you soon. Have a good night, guys.